Alrighty, what is up everybody? I am back with another day of Spyro gaming, and today is an extra special day because we are playing some Spyro 2. In fact, let me turn down the game, which is super loud right now. We are playing some Spyro 2 today, and I'm very excited for it. Yeah, we're basically, the plan today is we're gonna relearn Spyro 2. As you can tell by the title and my text down here, we're gonna do a little fun little, you know, streamer sub goal type thing. Just cause, yeah, I don't know, I just feel like relearning Spyro 2. I mean, you know, I've been doing a lot of like Oblivion learning. I just made a video about the new Spyro 4 announcement. So I feel like, you know, I'm feeling Spyro'd. I'm feeling inspiroed right now, so I'm gonna relearn 100%, and if we can hit this sub goal, which may or may not happen today, it might take a couple days, God willing, you know, community willing, then I will attempt a 500% run of this game, which is 5 back-to-back 100% speed runs. And notably, that'll be a lot harder than the 5 120% speed runs I did recently. Because on average, those runs were about an hour and 25 minutes. And this will be closer to like an hour 55 minutes. Or like, basically each run will be half an hour longer. And that times 5 is like an extra, what is that, anyone got the math on that? 30 minutes times 5? It's like 3.5 hours, right? I don't know. It's gonna be, I think I did the math earlier, and I believe it's gonna be like a 10-hour stream if I can get through the 100% route, you know, decently well. I did the math earlier, all right? I'm not doing the math again. Like, I'm a Spyro player, not a genius, all right? So yeah, so what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna just kind of go through the route. Let me also relearn. I'm on like a hacked version of the game, practice code thing. So we're gonna go through the game right now and just relearn, like just see where I'm struggling, see where I need to relearn stuff. I might need to relearn a ton of stuff, and I might not need to relearn anything. So I set a spawn point there. How do I? Okay, let's do the L1 left level code. That should put me back at the start. So yeah, let's see how far we can get today. I'm not sure how far we can get today, but we're just gonna go through the route and see what happens. Nice. Beautiful double jump in there. I have no timer on right now, by the way. We're just going through everything. Slowly and methodically. Oop, missed the gem there. Yeah, how you guys doing today? Happy Monday. Hope you guys are having a fabulous start to the week here. It's sticky and gross today. Are you talking about the weather or yourself? I need you guys to pay close attention and keep me honest anytime I'm using the analog stick by accident. Nice. Am I sticky? I'm not sticky anymore. All right, I'll put it that way today. I'm a clean guy, clean dude, clean cut, as you can tell by the face cam. Oh my god, give me that. Wait, yeah. So now here, hold on, we gotta make a save state right here, guys. We gotta do it. The save state button is L1, R1 circle. So let's do that. And let's just see how I want to do this. I believe you go down this way, yeah. No. Am I fucked? Okay, I got it. I didn't do the whole cleanup downstairs because, like, the spirit of this run is, like, I just want to get through it, you know? I don't want to, like, be failing this minigame and going back around, you know? So we're doing pussy strats here. Even though I am capable of doing the faster strat where you clean up this whole area early down here. I am capable of that, though the least amount of pressure I could put myself under right now would be ideal, I think. How much have I been asked about the new Spyro? Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned that. You're actually the first person to mention it today, and yesterday, I actually made a whole video about it. Basically, to sum it up, I'm pretty nervous, nervously excited. You know, I'm definitely hyped, just like you guys, but I'm nervously excited about the new game because I just feel like the new trailer for it and everything, it just felt very like playing it safe, very like corporate gamer hype slop to me. It doesn't really feel like they're doing anything that creative or interesting, which I really feel like they do need to do to make it a good game, and to not just be some like derivative bullshit that just makes everyone happy but doesn't really like push the boundaries. That's what I want out of the game, and that the release presentation recently gave me like the opposite like impression, that they're like, okay, they just want to make the fans happy and stick to the reignited art style and don't change Spyro too much. And it's just to me, it's like, as I said in my video, it's just boring, you know? So, and that's not what I want out of Spyro 4. I want something where they're pushing the boundaries, they're changing what it means to be a Spyro game type of beat, you know? I'm not convinced that that's the case yet at all. In fact, I quite think it's gonna be the opposite. But what do you guys think? You know, let me know in the chat. A lot of you guys left comments on my video, which were pretty, like, actually, I thought people were gonna flame the shit out of me. But most of you guys were pretty agreeable about it. Like, I think I said something that, like, you know, a lot of people were not really hearing but feeling, you know, in the, you know, wake of all the, you know, everyone's just hyped that Spyro 4 is coming out, and I am too. But you know, we gotta be honest that it's like, this isn't like it's not gonna be perfect, you know? Like, it's okay to have criticism type shit. But I'm excited too, you know? I'm skeptically excited for the new game. But what do you guys think? Am I too critical? Like, you know, I got a few comments like that. It's like, it's too early to say, you know, right? And all that. Did I get everything? 400? Yeah, we did everything. Nice. Good glimmer. Let's keep it moving. Yeah, I think skeptically excited is, I think I speak for a lot of people when I use that terminology. I don't think I'm alone in that sort of feeling. Is the gem down here? Yeah. Not there. Yeah. Do I grab these? No, you grab these. These. You wonder about the price? We were kind of chatting about that yesterday. We were like talking about, we saw in one of the developer interviews, like one of the questions, I was like going through the timestamps of the interview, and at the very end they were like, there was a timestamp that said like collectibles. And I was thinking in my mind that the interviewer was going to ask them like, oh, like how are the collectibles going to be strewn out through the game? Like the gems, and like how's that going to look like as it, because it's a collectathon, right? Isn't that what Spyro is at its core? And so I was expecting like some real insight into the mechanical like inspiration of that. And immediately he started talking about like special edition, collector's edition, and I'm like, oh, we're not talking about the same collectibles right now. So yeah, that's another thing I'm nervous about, is like, are they just gonna paywall like a fucking like bust like statue of Spyro like for $120, you know, with a half-baked game, you know, in a gold case? big old box. Like, you know they're gonna do that, bro. Like, so, and I hate to say this, but Spyro fans, we're fiends for the merch, dude. Like, they know who they're dealing with. They're gonna milk us with that, dude. Like, they're absolutely. Like, it's fucked up. Tell us about the collectibles. No, not in the game. You know, let's talk about the shit I'm gonna put on my shelf and forget about, collect dust for years. Put in a box away forever. That kind of collectible. Right. But yeah, I mean, if you can't tell, I'm pretty like disillusioned with the state of gaming. You know, this isn't like a diss on Spyro 4 in particular. It's a diss on new games, on what I like to call like the new video game hype machine. And to me it's disgusting. It's like, there was a time when it used to mean something when like a new video game would come out. And that time, like, is not, that, like, feeling isn't lost on me, you know? Like, when I was a kid and Halo 2 was coming out, like, when a new game came out that you were excited for, it was like, dude, this game is gonna change video games forever. That's what it would feel like. Nowadays, it's like, you're lucky if it even has an inkling of that feeling, you know? And I don't feel that at all with the new Spyro game, where it's like, oh, this is gonna change gaming for me. No. And that sucks. Like, I want to feel that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying I want to see something where it's like, they bring something new with the trailer. Something that's like, something we've never seen before in a Spyro game. Something that's large in scope. Something that's like, enormously detailed. Something that's just a different approach, you know? Something that's creative. I mean, it's hard to change gaming after so many years, right? So it needs to be a creative thing, I think. It needs to be creatively pushing the boundaries for me to even feel remotely that way. And again, the trailer that came out recently, it was kind of like anything but, to me. Just boring. Same old, Toys for Bob, you know. Kind of reignited, recycling type of deal. And not that there's anything wrong with Reignited, guys. I liked Reignited. But, you know, I want Spyro 4 to be, like you guys, I want Spyro 4 to be special, you know? So that's why I made a whole video about it yesterday. Because it's like, I'm just nervously excited, and that nervousness is coming from like, is this just going to be derivative, boring slop that I play for an evening and then, you know, make a video or two about and then forget all about, you know? I'm very nervous that will be the case. And I know I'm not alone in that. But maybe I'm too worried. Maybe, and then here's another kind of thing I brought up in the video, is that it's like, maybe games don't have to push the boundaries. Maybe I'm like thinking too hard about it, and maybe like I should just let games just be consumer slop. But for a series that's so like near and dear to me, like Spyro, like, I can't see it go, I don't want it to go down like that, you know? Even though it probably will, you know? It's like, you can sit here and be like, Deo, it's just a game. Even if it's like just a slightly entertaining, you know, for an evening, is that not enough for you, you know? And I think that's like a fair point, but when we start talking about like, from a fan's perspective, I think we want something to be, we want it to be more special than that. But yeah, TJ, thank you for the 1.5 years. Can we celebrate with hype for Spyro 4? Praging it's gonna be good. Waiting since Spyro 3 released for a true successor. Yeah, many such people have, you know, we're not alone. By the way, since you subbed, I'll take a moment to just talk about the sub goal today. You can see down here, it's just explained right there, but I would like to, you know, once I'm done with my 100% relearning, I would like to do a 500% Spyro 2 run, which is going to be a lot more difficult than my, you know, Spyro 1 5 back-to-back runs. It'll be a 10-hour stream. So if you really like Spyro 2 and you want to see that, You can see we are many subs away from that right now, so if you want to see that, please feel free to drop 5 gifts or what have you. Or even just drop 1 gift or a Twitch Prime or whatever, goes a long way. So thanks in advance. Okay, we're doing gulp skip. Okay, hold on. That's kind of more aggressive. There we go. Nice. Love that. I might practice that a little bit more later, but let's just keep moving for now. YouTube memberships do not count towards the goal. Sorry. I would love to make that be the case, but there's just, as far as I know, there's no way to like integrate YouTube memberships and Twitch membership or Twitch subs into like the same counter. They have to be like separate counters, so I'd have to have them be like separate goals, which is just confusing to keep up with. So it's just a Twitch goal for now. But if you want to support on YouTube, I mean, feel free. Like, I mean, I'd really appreciate that. You don't have to support me on Twitch. If you just want to throw me like $1 or $2 super chat or whatever. Or again, you know, if you have Amazon Prime, the link to my Twitch stream is down below. If you want to drop a gift or whatever. Sorry, I know it may be a little frustrating if you're like a YouTube only viewer, but that's just how it is. Again, if I can find a way to integrate the 2 counters together, like memberships and YouTube and Twitch subs into like 1 counter there, like then I would do that, but I have yet to figure that out. Oh, I almost had him. Slappy Tickle, thank you for the prime, appreciate that. What do we got? Yo, Wolfie with the gift, 2 gifts. Thank you, man. Seeing some gifts coming out of the woodwork. Really appreciate that, guys. Mr. and Mrs. Liam Russell with the prime as well. Yeah, appreciate that. I'm gonna do that, and then do this. I could have like gotten a triple there at the end, but it's all good. And I still have sparks. A nice slow gulp fight for the fans. Yeah, I'm enjoying the party, Good Samaritan. I think we're all kind of in that same boat. Cautiously excited. Oh. But I just want to say this as well, like, when I say cautiously excited, like, even if the game fucking sucks and doesn't meet, like, any of my expectations, which are very high, by the way, I will say. Yeah, that's okay. I'll still have fun and still enjoy it, you know? It's not like the end of the world if the game isn't, like, amazing. It's just while we're talking about, like, all this hype and stuff, the thing about hype about a new game is, like, it's implicit that you think the game's gonna be amazing. And I want to be like the voice of reality, that it's like, it's not looking like that's the case yet, you know? And that's okay. Like, I'm not here to shit on anything, anybody, anything. Where are we going? We're going to Dragon Shores. You know, I think some people are kind of like, oh wait, am I going the right way? Yeah, hold on. We'll go into the water, strats. Okay, and then we can go into Dragon Shores. Instead of doing that, though, what I'll do is I'll go into Dragon Shores. Is the portal not I don't think the portal is active under there. I have to go into the... Hold on. Cheats. Homeworld portal locked. And then we'll turn the visual on as well for that. Oop. So now it's in its correct position. I will go ahead and enter and do the fireball trick and go out, but I'm also going to practice that one more time with just the glide only version of it. Yeah, that cheat menu is awesome, right? If you want to get this, like, I have it currently on like a USB stick that's plugged into my soft modded PS2. But I think there's ways to burn this to disk now. If you're curious, just type !practice codes in the chat. The message will say like Spyro 1, but there'll be a Discord invite to a Discord that has info for all of them. Little like how to set them up to anyone who's curious. That was pretty quick there. Thank you, Shiny. Love that vibe. Love that so much. Hyper-realistic graphics are everything. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the issue. I think that's part of the issue. It's interesting with Spyro and Crash because, like, it's like they're trying to, with Crash 4 and now the new Spyro game, it's like they're trying to toe that line between, like, oh, more realistic graphics, but still maintaining, like, a cartoonized, like, art style, like, trying to bridge that gap. And for me, like, I've made my opinion clear on my recent video, that art style just doesn't hit for me. It just feels like boring corporate, like, Pixar knockoff slop. Like, borderline, like, AI, like, Pixar slop. That's how it feels to me. Now, it might be in certain settings, like, if you go to certain levels in Reignited, for example, like, you'll see some really beautiful environments. I'm not saying the whole game, like, everything about those games is slop, but I'm just saying, like, the overall art style feels sloppy to me. It's just, that's just my opinion. I know that's, like, the thing that a lot of people will, like, no, I actually love the art style and this and that. But I think it's just a product of what Jordy said, where it's like they're trying to make these like cartoony inspired games into something more detailed and realistic, and it hits somewhere in the uncanny valley for me. So it's like an uneasy kind of thing for me. I can't say I'm in love with the modern art style of Crash or Spyro. Can't be replicated. I think you're right about that, Retro, and that's why I think, you know, by the way, thank you, EP, for the super chat. I'll read that in a moment. Just responding to Retro here, I'm not, like, looking for the game to be exactly like the original games, or to look like the original games, or to be a collectathon like the original games. I think they tried to do that with Reignited, and it just, like, left me feeling like I wish they'd have done more with this. I wish they'd added some levels, added some content to the game, you know, rather than just try to be, like, so true to the original vision. And so I'm getting, like, the sense with the new Spyro announcement that they're, like, still kind of trying to do that. They're still trying to, like, stay true to the original fans while bringing in a newer fan base, you know, and I don't think that's the right approach at all. I think it needs to be a complete, like, creative diversion from the original games. And so to that end, I don't think that Toys for Bob is the wrong team for that, or that it has to be, like, just because it's not the original team, you know, it's like, it's not the dream team or whatever, it's no good. I think because it's not the original team, it has to go in a different direction. That's, like, my take on that. EP said the new video made you rock hard. You couldn't agree more. The flight level was busted and reignited. Oh, by the way, Retro, I loved the Yu-Gi-Oh video, man. I don't think I left a comment because I'm always watching on a different account for premium, but yeah, dude, I did not know about any of that history with Forbidden Memories, and that's always been a game that's, like, been adjacent to me in my speedrunning journey. You know, I've seen, you know, other speed friends of mine playing it, so it was really cool to learn, like, the whole progression of, like, of the meta in that game. From cheating, you know? It's like the rare example of a game, like, where cheating actually was, like, overcome, and, like, the game kind of became better for it in a lot of senses. Through, like, the research of people trying to overcome cheating, you know? Not everything is doomer, you know? It's like a reminder that just because, like, there's, like, a constant, like, doomer attitude in, like, speedrunning is like, well, you know, you could always cheat, right? And so it's like, what's the point of, like, trying to play a game legitimately or try to get good at it or spend thousands of hours? And I think, like, the story of, like, Forbidden Memories that Retro told, like, really shows, like, the antithesis to that, where it's like, In a game where everyone was worried about cheating, like, people reverse engineered it and showed why cheated runs are cheated, and like kind of proved like the opposite of like, I don't know. It's like overcoming it's a story of overcoming like that doomer mentality, I think, to me. At least that's how, like, kind of what I took away. Really interesting. Let me read some. Oh, and let me finish reading the super chat. Your new video made you rock hard. Couldn't agree. Flight was busted. Yeah, I hated the flight levels in I hope the flight. I'm gonna assume that the flight isn't the same as in Reignited. It was just a straight up downgrade from the originals. But what they showed in the trailer was very much like was very much like Dawn of the Dragon flight, which, I mean, like, I think it could be better than that, you know? It's like, I don't know. It's like that game came out, what, like 18, 16 years ago or something? It literally looked like, the gameplay segment they showed literally looked like if you just look up Dawn of the Dragon gameplay. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, ooh, you know, that doesn't really instill me with confidence. Not that Dawn of the Dragon's like a horrible game or anything, but it's not like the level of game that I want, you know, the new Spyro game to be, right? Yeah, as Matt put it, it takes a cheating event for like a catalyst of people to really dig deep into a game and learn new things and overcome. Really cool. Matt was right. In typical Matt 13 fashion, he's right all along. Typical Matt. Let me read some of these other comments before I keep going here. What's up, Gary? Yeah, I know, right? Me playing Spyro 2 just out of nowhere. Yeah, as you can see, I'm doing like a big sub goal thing. So if you guys want to see a super crazy, like long 10+ hour marathon 100% stream of this game, feel free to drop some Twitch gifts, some subs or whatever, but no pressure. I'm definitely not planning on hitting this goal like today or anything. I would be delightfully surprised if we did, but there's no pressure at all. I'm happy to take like several days to like relearn this category and go slow with it. Like, for example, this glide, which I'm like really bad at. Let's try that again. Where's the thing? Yeah, right here. Is it like this way? I'm trying to remember which way. You're supposed to go over the thing there. Yeah, that's what it is. Hold on. You go here, and then you turn around, and then you go like here. Yeah, that's it. Now we're learning, and that's it right there. Okay, now let's do that same thing again. Dude, I hate that the hotkey there makes you charge, because you have to press square to do that quick load or whatever. Taking a break from Oblivion just for a few days, you know, just for a few days, just to get some Spyro, you know, out of my system, and then we'll go back to Oblivion. It was funny because I was like really gonna dig into an Oblivion like learning session, and then the Spyro 4 trailer dropped, and then that kind of got me like Spyro brained, making a video about it, and now it's like, let's play some Spyro, you know, and then we'll get back to it. There's obviously no rush with any of it, but I will get back to it. I might even switch to Oblivion later today if I get through the whole run and I'm feeling all right. Yeah, flavored snacks. I'm right there with you. Just got back from Dallas. Your brother got married. Nice. Dude, I hope that was a fun wedding. I love going to weddings. They're fun. You don't get they gotta evolve the gameplay? We haven't had a good original style game since 2000. I mean, like, what was, like, and I say this, like, not, like, sarcastically, but, like, what was Reignited to you, Dascats? Was that not, like, an honorable, like, reimagining of the original games, like you're asking for? Feel free, whether your answer is yes or no, like, I'm not judging you, like, I'm just curious to your thought. Like, that's what Reignited's supposed to be, right? And now this new game can be something different, is like my reasoning. Hope the wedding got Guinness. Champmania Guinness, man. I'm hoping they don't make it like the classics, straight up. Like, I'm hoping they make it like something that's a whole departure, like creatively different. I'm not gonna like give examples of like what I think it should be. I said, like in my video, I said like something that's like a big, from what they showed, like a big Breath of the Wild style, like collectathon. A lot of people have mixed opinions on like what, this is kind of another interesting topic, because I don't think anyone really knows, like none of us can agree like what Spyro 4 should be. Because we all have different, like, especially now, like, it's been so many years, we all have different things that we like about the Spyro games, you know? People who watch my stream, we like the classic aesthetics, the minimalist, just collect this in a beautiful world with excellent music, and just really refined controls in that. But then there's a ton of other Spyro fans that like are more intrigued by like the storytelling of like Legend of Spyro and the lore there. And you could say, okay, that's whack or whatever, but these are like real parts of the fandom, you know, that Toys for Bob is trying to like appease, it would seem, you know? Or people that played Skylanders and like that overhead, like strategy, almost kind of like esque thing. So it's very much not like, I don't think it's like trying to treat a new game like the original games is the answer, you know? I think going in a whole nother direction and making it something completely different is gonna be like the best option, personally. But that's really hard to do. I mean, because again, no one really knows what that means. No one really knows what that would be. So Toys for Bob would have a huge like creative undertaking there. Whereas the alternative, they could just try to please all the fans and make like a semi-open world, you know, flight sim, you know, as they're kind of saying, kind of game, and, you know, have it just be derivative of every other, you know, Spyro title. Just try to please everybody, and then it's just kind of like just a boring ass fucking adventure game, basically. So I'd prefer it to be like something that takes a risk rather than it to just be like a boring thing that pleases the fans. So that's like the way I look at it. But what that risk looks like, I don't think anyone can really say for sure. That's like kind of the catch-22 about it. Anyways, let me turn off the cheats. Turn off the visual here. So now this way, this is like in the game now. In the vanilla game, this is what the trick would look like. And I missed. Maybe a little low there. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like Master said, it can still be new and close to the classics. Like, there's a world where, like, that bridge can be, like, made where, like, you're pleasing fans and it's true to the original. It, like, calls back to the original games, but it's still an overall fresh and different experience. Like, that world, I think that's what they're going for, right? That's, like, so much of what they've said in interviews. I just think that it's, like, trying to check too many boxes instead of just going off and doing something different. That's just my opinion, I mean. But yeah, maybe like that approach can work. I'm not saying it's like destined to fail. It just like looks like it's gonna be boring and lame to me. But what do I know? I mean, I don't know anything. I haven't played the fucking game, so what do I know? But yeah, it's like a year out. It's just under a year out from like when the game is set to release. So I have especially after like what they've showed us today, I have a feeling the game is like barely, like really, like maybe 20-30% done so far. Like if I were to guess, I don't think they have a working like physics engine, and they're probably not even making a physics engine from scratch. This is the other thing that bothers me, is like we're gone are the days where like developers build their own engine and create their own game world, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, let's use Unreal for this, let's use that asset for that, let's turn this around. And so again, it just adds to that derivative, like boring copycat feeling that I really don't like about new games. Whereas if they made like a custom physics engine or something, you know, like that would like totally, that would like change that. To me, that would be like such a creative, like, and interesting undertaking. And I think where we're at, to get back to what I was saying earlier, I think like where we're at now in development is, I'm sure they're like, they got a long way to go. I just crashed the game. I tried to jump there. That was my bad. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously we don't know. We're all just spitballing here, but all we can go off of is the trailer. Oh wait, fuck, hold on. I did the wrong thing. Whoa. I'll load it from the USB. Let's see if it works. Is it gonna work? It might not work. Hold on. Yes. Let's see if this works. It's gonna take a minute to load up. The game crashes there because in Dragon Shores, you're not supposed to be able to swim. Like, all of that water is out of bounds. So the game isn't coded for Spyro to swim underwater with sparks. So the game crashes, basically. In that level, specifically. But if you don't have sparks, then you can swim underwater there. It's weird, because I think that's the only level where that's the case. Any other level, like, you can swim in air, swim out of bounds, whatever, with or without sparks, but Dragon Shores is like the one level where you have to not have sparks to be able to swim out of bounds. Or else that happens. I'm still waiting for the game to load up. Oh. Huh? Hey. Here we go. Move this, like, awkward little sidebar here. What the hell else are we supposed to call it? Well, I think it was an interesting creative decision that they opted not to call it Spyro 4. There was probably a lot of back and forth boardroom meetings about that. Let's go back to what's the Winter Tundra code? R1 and select. So yeah, I'm gonna go just straight to Ripto now, and then do the actual game route. Now that I've practiced all the other stuff. Yeah, I think, like, if I were to guess, the reason why they opted not to call it Spyro 4, even though that's what the fans call it, even though they know that that's what the fans would call it, is not because, oh, Spyro 4 already exists, you know, it's Enter the Dragonfly. It's more so that they want it to feel like, and this is just my guess, is that I think they want it to feel like more of a standalone experience and not of a continuation of the original games. That's my guess, like, of like the creative thought behind that. Again, that's just a guess. But, you know, everyone's gonna call it fucking Spyro 4, so, like, let's just be honest, you know? Oh, wait, I need to turn on Fireball here. Okay. What's up, Sferna? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I think I'm a little too close here. Oh, no, that's fine. Don't get too close here. See if we can hit the early shot on this. Are you good, Papa? Right? Oh, I missed it. Let's pause there, I guess. Missing so many shots. Nice shooting. How is that not hit? Oh my god, it's going. Flames travel so fucking slowly. Alright, I canceled in by accident. You're not supposed to turn around that quickly, I guess. This fight could use practice, but we're just gonna keep it moving for now. Again, the whole thought process behind what I'm doing here isn't necessarily to be like optimal, it's just to get through it like consistently. Which, you know, you can pretty much get through that fight consistently without much brain power. But yeah, let's get into the actual like level cleanups here now. We'll head over to Robotica Farms. Yeah, that's true. Spyro 3 doesn't have a 3 in the title as well. And to everyone who's like, Spyro 4 is Enter the Dragonfly. Like, Enter the Dragonfly doesn't have a 4 in the title. You know, people are, the fans are just gonna like number it how they want, basically. What they feel like is the spiritual successor to the original trilogy. That's just how the fans are gonna name it. Regardless of what the official name is. Okay, go this way. Oops. Weren't those supposed to auto-collect? Do I have the thing on right now? Hold on. No, I don't. Range, swim, climb, head bash, power-ups. There we go. Now we're good. Wait, here. Oh god, this is slow. Come on. Go here. Oh. With this guy, I think you're supposed to charge jump. Do one of those or something. This is such bad movement. I might go through this level like a couple times. I should have like flame charged the other boxes so that sparks wouldn't take as much time to collect shit. You're gonna be upset if it's missing portals and hub worlds. I think I've always believed this is that like if a game can remove loading screens, I think that's good. You know? Like yeah, the portals and stuff are iconic, I get that, but at the end of the day, they're just loading screens. Like, if the game can effectively, like, be like this seamless, loadless experience, I would definitely prefer that to just the portals aesthetically being there. Oh, shit. How the flight mechanics are. They demonstrated Spyro lighting a fire and causing an updraft. And that's cool. It's alright. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I'm excited about that, though, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry if I sound like super hater about that. And I think, you know, I'll speak to you, Megan, like, on behalf of anyone who's, like, being like, Deo, you're just shitting on something, you know, you're not letting people be excited or enjoy, like, you can't let us enjoy things. Is like, I'm just skeptical, you know? Like, to me, like, the gameplay they showed there about the fucking fireplace, the campfire floating you up, like, that's not like oh wow, this is such a new concept, you know? This is like, wow, this changes everything. Like, that's kind of what I'm looking for. So you could say my expectations are a little high in that regard, but like, I'm not impressed by that mechanic, you know what I'm saying? It's cool that it's there, you know? I'm not like, I don't hate it, but it's just, I'm not like impressed by it, you know? Like, isn't the point of these trailers to like impress us, to get us excited? You know? That's like what I'm saying. Like, let's have some high expectations. Why not? You know? They want to get us excited, let's get excited over like something new, you know? Flaming a campfire and flying up is like nothing new, you know? To me. But it's alright, you know. To everyone else's credit, it's alright. And I'm definitely not trying to stifle anyone's excitement either, you know. I want just to reiterate, like, if you guys, you know, like any of the things that I don't like about, you know, modern Spyro or, you know, or these games, like, you know, I'm really, I should say, I'm envious of that, you know, because I'm genuinely trying to see it from that perspective as much as I can when I play through games like Reignited or whatever. Like, I'm trying to leave my biases at the door and try to find like the beautiful parts of it. And I'm definitely going to be, I think I'm going to have to do that with this new game as well, where I'm going to have to leave my bias at the door, my disillusionment with the underbaked and overpromised nature of modern games. You know, it's a problem that goes beyond Spyro 4, but I think can and probably will be reflected in the game, you know? my issues with the art style, or you know, or maybe the mechanics. It's really going to be up to me to leave those things at the door. So to anyone who's like, you know, not worried about any of those things, you know, and is just like, yeah, it's going to be great. I envy you. You know, I'm trying to get there mentally as well. You know, like, so, you know, we're on the same team is all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's excitement. I'm excited. I mean, like, let me just reiterate, I'm excited. Like, you could tell, like, I've given this a lot of thought because I'm excited. I'm going to make videos and do playthroughs about the game. Like, it's like, it's much needed, you know, content around these games that, like, we haven't had for years. So regardless of whether it's even good or bad, like, I'm excited, you know, just to be able to play and talk about it. So yeah, just want to remind everyone that, like, we may differ in, like, opinions and expectations, but we're on the same team, you know. We're all Spyro fans, you know. As much as you may not want to admit it, I'm a Spyro fan just like you. Dear, you know, Skylanders kid out there watching. I was not supposed to talk to this guy. We just go in here. Let's see if I can do this. Probably should have made a save state there. Yeah, definitely should have made a save state there. Let's try that again. Yo, Drunk Origami, thank you for the gift. Appreciate that. The 5 gifts actually getting us a little closer. Inching closer to the sub goal. Love that. You're a much happier person. You let yourself be excited and not look down on things. Do you feel like I'm looking down on it? Like, be honest. Am I being too critical? Let me know. Just tell me. Like, I can take it. What's up, Drunk Origami with the fucking 17 months, dude? Chugger's in the chat for Drunk Origami. We got a Spyro 2 fan here. Want to see the fucking 500% run. And hey, what's up, Chris? Hope you're doing well today. What's up, Stylo? I mean, this is like kind of what I'm saying, like what Wing is saying over here in the chat. It's like, how could you not be skeptical or critical for you know, for another synonym, when 90% of everything new that comes out is just so forgettable? But then, like, the rebuttal is like, don't be cynical, just like enjoy, you know, just enjoy games as just like something passive, something that's not like, doesn't have to be like world changing. Games don't, like, there's like a real argument to be made that like games don't have to be as like groundbreaking as they were when we were kids. Like, I think that's a real argument to be made. I pointed that out in my video. I was like, you know, maybe this game doesn't have to be, you know, like fucking epic or anything for people to enjoy it or for it to be considered a success. But I want it to be epic, you know? I really do. As a fan, you know, I want it to be like a groundbreaking game. And it's like, when I look at it through that lens, I'm only going to be disappointed. So you have to, for me, someone like me, I have to look at it from multiple lenses, multiple perspectives, and not just be set in like it's either perfect by my standards or it's trash, you know, that versus, I'll just take whatever slop they give me. Like, find the world in between those things, you know, and be able to earnestly look at it from all perspectives in between that. There's really something to be said for both sides of that spectrum, in my opinion. You don't think that the art style is AI looking? Dude, the fucking animals at the very start of the trailer, those look super like AI to me. Like, if I know if like a real artist worked on them, like I'm totally willing to admit that they're not AI. I'm just saying they have like an AI look to them, you know. And let me say this might upset some of the artists. AI makes some pretty interesting art sometimes, some pretty like good looking art. So for your art to be like compared to AI, I don't think it's a direct insult. A lot of artists take it as an insult, but it's like just saying that it like resembles like when AI tries to mimic Pixar 3D modeling, you know. It's not saying you are AI art. You know, it's just as much an insult or a compliment, you know, either way. You know, it's not saying it's bad if your art like is reminiscent of AI. It's just not my taste, you know, or whatever. But yeah, like it's no personal diss to whoever made the fucking CG cutscene there. It just looks a little like AI, you know. It's like it's not the end, not the fucking end of the world, you know. It's not like a personal dig against whoever made that, you know. Yeah, to you it's like a personal dig, Tulu, right? It's like fuck you for saying my art looks like AI, right? I know most artists probably are similar to you in that regard. I mean, I'm not trying to be that way. Oops. It's like if we say something looks like AI, that just like means it's bad. Like, and I will definitely say in the context of my video, I was saying it like it was bad. You know, I will give that up. But like, I think the part where it's like, for me, it's going a little like, the part where I think where there's a disconnect is that it's like, I'm saying fuck the artist that made this. But I can respect the artist that made it while saying their art looks a little like AI, you know? And I think a lot of artists don't think that. If you say my art looks like AI, you're basically saying I'm not a human and I'm like subhuman trash. You know, that's how a lot of artists take that. Well, understandably, you know? I'm not saying they're wrong for that. Like, it's just such an emotionally loaded term, AI. You know? And to me, there's no emotion. It's not like emotionally loaded like that. But to a lot, especially a lot of artists, it's like, to even remotely compare, it's like calling them like just the biggest piece of shit ever, essentially. Made him look like Dawn of the Dragon and you don't like that? Fucked up wings. Yeah, you can, Looney. You know, like, I've gotten a couple of comments on my new video, like, oh, here we go, now people are gonna start hating. Like, why can't we just enjoy things? And I really respect that outlook because, like, I'm trying to get there too. You see, like, I was saying this earlier, our outlooks are on two sides of a spectrum. I'm like high expectation, want the game to be like fucking amazing, so I'm willing to be critical about it. And then on the other side of the spectrum, it's like, whatever the game is whatever it is, and I'm just gonna have fun because I'm just happy Spyro 4 exists. So if you're really far on this end of the spectrum, then it's like being critical is like unacceptable. It's as if I'm telling you how to feel. I'm not telling you how to feel, I'm just sharing my opinion. You know what I mean? There's no world where like I want people to not be excited about Spyro 4. The reason I'm critical is because I'm excited like you. That's the thing. You think I'm not like you, but I'm like you. That, you know, that isn't that the kind of the mind fuck about it? What's up, Alaska Alex? Thank you for the 14 months. What's up, Dylan? Haven't been around since the Spyro 4 announcement. The fact that Spyro's back with a new game makes you happy. Hope it's good. Yeah, me too, me too. Thank you, Alaska Alex. I appreciate saw the message there. Person selling AI music as their own music. Yeah, it's just lame to use AI in place of actual art. What we were talking about earlier is that sometimes real art looks like AI, you know, and that's not like a personal attack against an artist. It's AI is trained on real artists, so it like makes sense that that's the case. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, like, that's, I think the emotional personal attack there is like overblown to say like, oh, this person's art kind of looks like AI, like how I said in my video. Oh, this trailer looks like fucking CGI AI. It's not like, oh, I fucking hate the artist that made this. It's not like that. In fact, I respect that an artist made something over AI, like what you're saying. It's like with your friend that made AI music. It's like that's just sad, you know. But if you made music that sounded like AI, that's like admirable. And it's not that someone can't tell them like your music reminds me of this AI song. It's like that's not a personal attack, you know. Just because a computer generates something that like you made that's similar to something you made originally, that doesn't take away from the value of something you create. Like if an AI streamer came along and was like a way more interesting Spyro, whatever, had a bunch more viewers and played Spyro and did all the speedruns and everything, like that's not a personal attack against me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and understandably, because I'm so emotionally involved in streaming and speedrunning, it'd be hard for me not to be like, oh man, fuck this AI streamer or whatever. So yeah, like, I get it, you know? I just want to make it really clear that like when I compare something to AI, it's not a personal attack against artists. In fact, I commend artists for making art in spite of AI, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how it should be. In my mind, I think art made by humans is so much more valuable than AI art, even if at times the line of like deciphering the two can be blurry. Like we have to acknowledge that that line is blurry sometimes. So like to say that one looks like the other isn't like an insult, you know? That's the way I see it. Now, I will give it up. In my video today, I was saying it like an insult, you know? I'll give it up. But I just think the art style in general is just, it's not that it looks like AI is the problem, it's just that it looks like very samey and boring and washed out, and it lacks soul and originality. That's my point. It's not that it has anything to do with AI or not. So really, I shouldn't have used the word AI, because it like really muddies up my point, that it just looks unoriginal and bland and boring to me. That's really all I was trying to say. But the moment you say AI, it like totally shifts the whole conversation around, you know? It's like, okay, now we're talking about computers versus humans, you know? It's like... And all I'm trying to talk about is like an opinion in taste and trying to put that to words, which is very difficult. Yeah, for me, Megan, this is a really great question. When I say it has no soul, like how my thumbnail did on my video, what does that mean? So like, I've thought about this. And when I think what really helped like visualize it for me is when I looked at games from when I was like early PS2 era that I felt like did have a lot of soul, but were also like kind of a cartoony, cell shaded vibe. And to me, it has everything to do with stylization. So like the clips I use in my video, like from Killer 7, Katamari Damacy, Sly Cooper, these games are like very stylized. The fucking the actual art style is like unmistakable, you know? And for me, I don't get that same like, what dare I say, over stylization from like Reignited or like the new trailer Spyro. Now I know you're gonna disagree with me already, Megan. I already know you are, and I know a lot of people are gonna disagree with me on that, but I just think like the actual stylization feels soulless, you know? There is a style to it, but it's too safe, it's too bland for my taste. It's too stock fantasy vibes for my taste. It's just my taste. I'm not telling you guys you have to feel that way. It's just my taste. Like when I'm so used to playing like games that have such distinct, unique art styles, distinct like environment, you know, world building. When I see like something that's like stock fantasy, it's like we got to try harder than that. Artistically, in my mind. Yeah, safe is a kinder way of saying soulless. Like it's like we're kind of saying the same thing. Safe is a good word. It's a more agreeable way of saying it. I like the word safe. bland. A more mean way of saying it is calling it like bland corporate slop. Or soulless. Like, these are more mean ways of saying, like, they're just playing it safe with the art style. And I don't want to see them play it safe with, like, a new game. I want to see them, like, really change, not just, like, the way Spyro looks, but just, like, the way his body, like, emotes, make a distinct silhouette where, like, every movement and the facial expressions are so intense. That's why I showed a lot of the original concept art of Spyro in the video, is because it's just night and day. Like, the amount of just natural emotiveness from like the concept art to the PS1 games, to the PS2 games, to the fucking, you know, to now to Reignited, to this new game, to a Realm Beyond. It's like this decrease in like I don't even know what to say. It's like soulless to me. It's like it's getting more and more soulless as time goes on, which is again like a strong word, but that's just how it feels to me. It's hard to put these like sentiments into words about like artistic taste and like the lifestyle and uniqueness and stylization of fictional characters. It's hard to put that into words. So whatever word you like to use for that, you know, if you choose one word over another than what I'm using, I totally get it. But I hopefully the sentiment is coming through, even if you don't agree on the exact like wordage, you know. Okay, I've been doing this exact section like a million times. What do I do here? Oh, I know what I do here. Reignite feels slow when he runs. Yeah, like with the actual control, like if we want to like switch the topic up away from art, taste and stuff, talk more about like mechanics. I think like Reignited's movement mechanics have a lot of good that like is, you could say, is an improvement from the original, like omnidirectional turning without turnaround animations like this. Like Reignited takes those out. Which is like a good thing. I mean, I'm not gonna say that's a bad thing. That's like a good thing. That makes it just like you point somewhere and he goes that way. And so to me, I like snappy, fast controls. And so when it starts to feel like, you know, you turn and it's like very gradual, and especially more so than this is where like my bias of the original games is gonna come out. It's like if you turn and Reignite and he like gradually turns, even a little bit more than the original games, like I'm gonna really notice that. And the flight levels are like, I think, the biggest example of this, where like when you turn in a flight level in the original games, it's a lot, I don't want to say like snappier, but it's just a lot more accurate and clean. And like the physics, you can feel the momentum increasing, like, you know, very naturally. Whereas in Reignited, the flight mechanics, I love to call it like, it feels like it's like a flying turd. Spyro, it feels like you're commandeering a flying turd in Reignited. And then the fact that that when you flame, Spyro flies into his flame. Like the flame doesn't track in front of Spyro. It like, you fly into it as you flame. So the flame is like a quarter of the distance. You have to get right up close to shit. And like, it's just a lot less precise feeling. Yeah, like mechanically, yeah, I hope it is just a lot more snappy and precise, and, you know, further to think of it deeper, I hope that there's like a real skill ceiling to improving in the movement, and possibly even exploitation to the movement that like may go beyond like what casual players would think to do. Like, I hope that all those factors are there, you know. You could say I prefer like a more arcadey style movement versus a hyper realistic style. For a game like this, for a platformer, is another way to say it. A game that's a game progression that's a really good example of this, about like going for hyper realism and then realizing that arcade, like tight, you know, and fast acceleration, tight turning is actually better in spite of hyper realism, is the GTA series. Because like when you look at GTA 4 and you drive a car in that game, it is the most realistic like car simulator that you can drive a car in. You know, cars have a lot of but the problem with cars in video games, or just driving simulators in general, is that cars in reality, when you look at them from a third-person camera, they accelerate very slowly. Whereas if you're sitting inside of one and feeling the physical like acceleration, it's much different. So like to achieve that same sort of feeling of like, wow, I'm like going fast, you have to diverge from reality. So GTA 4's driving as a result of this, trying to be hyper-realistic, feels very slow and sluggish, which I like that. I like driving sims that are, I don't mind that at all. But it's not as fun from like an arcade casual perspective. So in GTA 5, cars go unrealistically, you know, they unrealistically turn and accelerate, and there's more exploitation in that, in those mechanics, because gamers just want to feel like they're moving on a dime, not like in a fucking sluggish tank, you know? And I think a lot of the same aspects of that apply to how people view the original games versus like Reignited, but there's a lot of crossover there. Like, whereas the core movement of moving Spyro and Reignited, you could say it's sharper and snappier compared to like tank-like movement of the original games. But then there's also a much higher skill ceiling to the original games that a casual player wouldn't really get exposed to unless they're trying to like learn speedrunning, for example. So there's like multiple layers to it, and not to mention the flight levels, it's the other way around, where they're like snappier in the original games and then not so much in Reignited. So like it's like the GTA 4 to GTA 5 driving syndrome situation, but like with a lot more layers to it with Spyro. The flight mechanics versus the grounded mechanics versus other characters versus the actual like exploitation of movement and platforming and flaming and charging versus like the casual way of doing it. There's a lot more layers to that like arcade versus realistic mechanics discussion than boiling it down to like, oh, these games are more tank-like and Reignited's more snappy. It's like sometimes it's the opposite, and sometimes that's true. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting discussion about like what aspects of the original games are the most satisfying, and like what aspects of the newer games are the most satisfying. And like wondering like, is Toys for Bob trying to like take all of those things and blend them together? That's kind of what they're trying to make it sound like they're doing. So good luck. I mean, I hope they succeed in that, if that's what they're going for. But they gotta fix that flight. If they're gonna make the game flight focused, they better fix that reignited flight mechanic. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. It looks guys, here's another thing. It looks exactly like Dawn of the Dragon. I gotta exit this level. It looks exactly like Dawn of the Dragon, like free flight, right? Like I made sure to put like 2 clips side by side, like one after the other of that in my video. They look the fucking exact same. Which, you know, doesn't really fill me with like the most hope. I mean, Dawn of the Dragon flight, it's, you know, it's not like the worst in a video game or anything. But like, this is what I'm saying is like, I just wish that like, we're not just trying to copy all the good things from the old games, but instead just try to do something new, you know? But that's just like a difference in outlook at that point. A difference in like game focus, which, and it doesn't seem like Toys for Bob is gonna do that. It doesn't seem like they're gonna like just try to completely do something different from all the games. Doesn't seem like that's what they want. So with that in mind, you better hope that they have all of the best aspects of every game at that point, you know? Bradley, thank you for the 32 months. Appreciate that. And Dingoosh as well. Marquisha with the subs. Totally ignored you guys earlier. Hope you're all doing well. No Dream with the tier 2 for the 52 months. Excited for a mediocre experience that no one cares about 6 months ever. Dude, I mean, like that's what the reason why I get so like animated and so opinionated about this stuff is because I don't want to see that either. And you're talking about 6 months after release. I'm talking like 6 days after release, you know? Everyone and that's like the fucking, this is no longer a discussion about Spyro. It's a discussion about modern gaming consumerism. Like there's this whole hype machine about like new game coming out. Everyone see the Nintendo Direct today? Who's excited for the fucking Donkey Kong game? And then it comes out and everyone pays $60, $70, whatever the fuck. and then they play it on their overpriced Switch 2 for a day or two, for a week maybe consume some content around it, and then move the fuck on. And is that what gaming is supposed to be? Because to me, gaming is a lot deeper than that. Gaming is like something where you keep coming back for dozens, hundreds of hours. But to some people, that's not like the kind of investment they want in a game, you know? And it's not to say I'm right or they're wrong or whatever. It's just the general consumerism of gaming has made the actual consumption of it so much faster, so much more surface level. And I think, me personally, I think that's a shame, especially for how much time and effort I put into Spyro, the original Spyro games. For that to be the case with a new Spyro game, it's just, it's hard. You can really see the rub there, It's like, yeah, here's these games I've spent thousands of hours on. Yeah, the new game, yeah, I'll play it for an evening. Might make a video about it. Might play it for a week. Hey, maybe it's good. Maybe I'll speedrun it a little bit. Is that like the bar? That's the bar, right? That's what we want to achieve in modern gaming now. So for me to like ask anything more of that bar, it's almost like, Deo, why are your expectations so high? Why do you have unrealistic, it feels like I have unrealistic expectations for these games to really give you something that you want to keep coming back to for like dozens or hundreds of hours. That's like an unrealistic expectation of modern games, straight up. And when a game does do that, it's like, holy fuck, game of the year, Elden Ring or whatever. It's like when a game finally does what games of our childhood did, it's like, wow, this is like the best game ever made, But to me, that should be the standard, But yeah, point being is that like the bar is really low with modern games, and the whole, Spyro 4 announcement just like reinforced that to me, that it's like, oh, okay, we're shooting for a pretty low bar here is what it looks like. That's just me assuming. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like, that's just what it looks like. It just looks like it's just all playing into this consumer gaming hype machine that like is going to be forced out the door, underbaked, creative ideas shot down by the shareholders and the board and all this. And it's just going to be just something that people consume and enjoy for a week or a day and move. That's like the likely situation, right? So I'm over here trying to promote the unlikely situation that the devs really do take the game in a new direction and make something special. And I'll admit that is an unlikely situation, Anyways, thank you for the 5 gifts, No Dream. Slappy Tickle, thank you for the gift. And it's not a problem with Spyro 4, it's a problem with modern gaming, Antiki, thank you for the 65 months. Appreciate that. It's funny because this whole like gaming hype machine has existed since we were kids. And I think like the limitations of the hardware back when we were younger has made for like these really happy accidents of games where like they were rushed out the door. Spyro 1, every Spyro original trilogy game was rushed out the door if you look at its development cycle. Less than a year for some of them. Months to like finish Spyro, like literally like if you play a prototype of Spyro 1 from like a month before its release, it's like hardly finished. It's a whole different game pretty much. And so yeah, I think like those time constraints back in that era, it was kind of like pressure makes diamonds almost kind of effect where like the hardware like forces them to kind of like cut corners and like really make the world just kind of come together. And so looking back on it now, we're like these low poly worlds are something really special given those circumstances. But now it's like you can't fall back on that. You can't fall back on like, oh, we're just limited by the hardware. So like we did the best with what we had. You can't say that anymore. It's purely a question of like, as a developer, it's purely a question of like the amount of creative effort you put into something and how much like detail you're really willing to put into it and how much you're willing to push back a release date to put out a product that you're proud of, And it just doesn't happen very often in gaming nowadays. It's rare. It was rare back then, and there were more happy accidents, I would say, like the Spyro series, that came as a result of this, like, high-pressure, hype machine, you know, profit-focused, you know, gaming environment. But, you know, today it's just so much ugly. It's a lot uglier. Thank you, Brains, for the... No, there's been a little bit of disagreement, you know, here or there. I want to acknowledge that, you know, while a lot of you guys are agreeing with my sentiments, and I'm generally, you know, spitting, you know, facts or whatever to you guys, like, there's definitely, like, people, you know, that are like, nah, Deo, like, just, like, no. You know, there's some disagreeers, you know. This isn't, like, purely, as Brain said, it's not like an echo chamber. It is a bit, like, you know, like, look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Twitch streamer, so my whole stream is an echo chamber, whether I like it or not. But, you know, I have to acknowledge that there's been some disagreement, you know, around my, you know, overly critical outlook on the new Spyro game. In fact, I think some people think that I'm not even, like, excited for it, but I really am. I'm very excited for it. That's why I'm so critical, which is maybe hard for some people to wrap their heads around, I think. But yeah, thank you, Antiki, for the 65 months, and Ione for the 49 months. Do I think Canadian guys jumping up and down? Like, I think, like, look, I don't know where Canadian guys' head's at, but I think for him, and I think for a lot of Spyro fans, I don't think he's alone in this. I think for a lot of Spyro fans, it's not even that the game is good. It's just that it exists that makes him happy, you know? Like, and can we not all, like, agree with that? Like, can we not all relate to that? It's like, oh, we like Spyro, we watch Spyro streams, it's been 8 years, a new game is gonna exist. Like, let's put quality aside, a new game will exist. And that's all people are really excited about right now. So yeah, like, not many people are thinking deeply about it like how I am right now. And maybe rightfully so without having more information, right? But I want to be like the first person to say, like, this, you know, that I'm not confident this is going to be like an amazing game or anything. But I really would like it to be. There's a guy dunking on anyone being critical. Good. What's the word? The Glazer. Good, that's one of my lackeys. That's one of my thugs. I'm just kidding. Echo chambers are bad whichever way you slice it. I mean, what I was trying to say earlier is that there's not really anything you can do about it. When you're a streamer in my position and you're just sharing your opinion about a video game, like, you, as much as I try to invite, like, critical, you know, discussion, or like people that are critical of my opinions, at the end of the day, my voice is the loudest here. Like, let's not mince words. Like, I could just ban anyone that disagrees with me, or if someone disagrees with me and let's say they're right, and I'd come up with all sorts of different copes and say into the mic about, like, well, I think this, I think that, and at the end of the day, maybe they're right, but, like, I'm the one with the, you know what I'm saying, creating the echo chamber. So yeah, echo chambers are bad, but, like, that's how, like, internet content consumption is nowadays. Like, you can't avoid it. You can only just acknowledge it and try to invite, like, a non-echo chamber environment. Like, I don't want people to feel like they can't disagree with me here, you know? What's up, Skin Beeble? Thank you for the gift. You wonder how long CG's known about Spyro for? Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Probably a while, though. I mean, I think, what I think, Paplock, is I think, and this is just me being, like, cynical, like, whatever, is I think Canadian Guy A has been teasing Spyro 4 and teasing that he knows about Spyro 4 for many years, longer than he actually knew that it was coming. I think he probably actually knew it was coming in the last few months, and he's obviously been making videos about it for like years, you know, just based off of like insider, you know, gaming industry whispers that end up going nowhere, or, you know, and that's like, that's his style, you know, so. It's funny now that the game's been announced. He's been like, all these years of like, you know, of speculating. I was right about everything, you know. It's like not exactly, but it's just fun. It's like a funny vindicating moment for him, you know. And it was really wholesome to see his reaction, like where he's like basically in tears and like jumping up and down for joy and stuff. Like again, I'm like envious, you know. Like I wish I could just like look at a new Spyro game and just be excited, whether it's good or bad or anything, just that it exists, and that's all that matters, and I'm losing my mind, you know? Like that's true happiness right there, you know, is to let go of all the expectations, let go of all the preconceived notions. Like that's why we watch, you know, hype aura reaction streams, you know? It's like you just want to see that raw, unfiltered human emotion, not marred by, you know, by critiques and taste discussion and, oh, is this really like gonna be good? Is this really gonna be bad? Like, so I can understand people, you know, being a little bit like, Deo, you're being too doomer, or, you know, the expectations are too high. Absolutely, and I really am trying to like see it from that perspective. I'm trying to see it from both perspectives, you know. I feel it from both perspectives. I'm excited for Spyro 4 just for it being Spyro 4. And I'm excited for, and I'm critical of like the direction that the modern games industry is taking this game, you know? It's like both feelings, while they are at odds, they do coexist. Which is something it's just like a thing that I just really haven't seen talked about a lot online. That's why I felt the need to make my video about it yesterday. And I think a lot of you guys in the comments resonated with that healthy, that excited but skeptical feeling. It's like I don't feel like it does it any service to just be like, I'm hyped and that's it, you know? It's like, let's be real about, like, you know, about things. So yeah. Okami sequel? Really? Didn't they like remake Okami? There's an Okami remake that's already come out. Is there a sequel now that's been announced? That's pretty cool. I've never played the original, actually. I know a lot of you guys like Okami. It seems like a cool game, like movement-wise. Dog game. Okay, guys, where am I going? I'm going to Metropolis, so let's head over there. Wait, this way? Did I go the right way there? Oh, let me try that again. Over here. Fall down. Oh, no, that was incorrect. You're supposed to go around, like, the back side of it. Or you can just do this. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And the portal wasn't active there, so I'll just... I'll just go inside the place this time. It's fine. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, you can unlimited fly. Like, that's not something that exists in, like, a shit ton of video games, you know? Like, wow, what a groundbreaking concept. Spyro can fly. It's almost as if they've done it in other games, other Spyro games. You know? And like, that's like the best they got for us right now. That's like literally the thing they're hyping us about, is you can fly. It's like, damn, are you serious? Like that's it. And I think a lot of people are like kind of sensing that, like, that's it? There better be more than that, you know, when the next trailer or whatever drops. And if it's just like, oh, Spyro has new powers now or something, and it's like, nothing that if it's okay, he has ice. I swear to fucking God, if the next like trailer comes out, it's like, oh, he doesn't have just fire anymore. He's got ice breath. He's got fucking electric breath. It's like, wow, we've never seen this before. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give him bubble breath, and each one of these breaths will interact with the environment in different ways. Oh my God, shoot me, you know? You know what would be sick if he had like an environment warp breath, like where you could like change your breath and then just like meld any like solid object into like a different shape, you know, of your choosing, like real physics game stuff. That would be fucking sick. One of my favorite games is called oh God, what's it called? It's like a telekinesis game where you get different psyops. There's this game called Psyops on the PS2, and it's all about, you get like different powers, and it's all like you're like a mind control like fucking military guy, and so you get not just telekinesis, but you can like meld this thing and break that thing, and it's just like such a I love physics games like that. So if they're gonna do that bullshit, they better make it like into like a fun, like creative, like physics game thing. Otherwise, if it's just like preset spots you can use like different powers, I'm gonna be so upset. I'm genuinely gonna be so upset if they do that. It's like, it's like another game already. Oh yeah, Legend of Spyro already did that. Okay, where's the thing? I guess I'll wait for the. There we go. There. I think I missed one. Really? It'll be okay. I mean, yeah, that's the bar, right? No Dream. I was talking about this earlier. Like, the bar is pretty fucking low, even amongst fans. That it's like, if it feels anything remotely like Reignited or like an original game or a PS2 Spyro game, like by today's standards, these games are pretty like basic like platformer adventure games. So it's kind of like, all right, the bar is make a basic platforming adventure game, and then people will be happy. That's where the bar, I'm telling you guys, that's where the bar is right now. That's why I'm so critical. The bar is too low, in my opinion. What's up, Master Gabe and Toms? How are you doing? Too low. Too low. Too low. Too low. Do you prefer Too Low, or I'll start calling you Too Low? I know Tulu has been like the meme. Everyone else calls you Too Low. No, yeah, I know you like Tulu. Tulu. Reminds me of Toulouse. What's up, AR? Busy week at work. You're shoddy. Yeah, shoddy. Shoddy. It's funny. If it was literally just like Spyro 1 mechanics, you'd be happy. I almost like don't want that. And like, because like I'll just be comparing it to Spyro 1 all the time. Like, it was really hard for me with Reignited not to just be endlessly comparing it to the original games. Because like, you know, the idea is that you want to be able to look at it as like a fresh new player. That's someone that's never played Spyro before. That's like the niche that Reignited fills. It's like, oh, someone wants to try Spyro, they're gonna download Reignited on Steam before they ever go and download an emulator and play the original games. So it's like, I really have to put myself in those shoes when I play Reignited, or when I play a game that's meant to emulate the originals. It's like, okay, this is trying to emulate the originals, but let's try really hard not to like just compare it to the originals the whole time. It's like kind of like an oxymoron, you know what I mean? So like, I'm done with that. Look, they already made Reignited. I don't want to see Reignited 2 here. Dude, what do I want? This is gonna upset you, this answer, Michael. You're not gonna like it, but I have no idea what I want. If I were to just spitball something, I want like a hyper stylized Breath of the Wild physics game where you can meld the environment around you using your breath and like change the very fabric of the world, while still like completing like little collectathon treasure things and like optimizing like the flight movement with RPG mechanics, but also exploiting those in order to get out of bounds and like optimize the game. Guys, are my expectations too high? Look, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't really know what I want. I don't think Spyro fans know what they want. I'll speak for you guys here. I don't think people really know what they want with a new Spyro game. So I think the people that know what they want the most are the people that are just like, yeah, make it like the old games. You guys know what you want the most out of all of us. Because any of us hoping for something more than that, it's hard to articulate what even that would look like. So yeah, like that's kind of my thought about it. Me personally, I don't want it to just be like the old games. So to that end, I don't really know what I want. I don't think I have to be embarrassed saying that, you know? What's up, Night Sky? Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, what Paplock said, like, I'm not over here begging for Spyro 4 to come out. Like, I was never that guy that was like, oh my god, when's Spyro 4 gonna be coming, you know? I was never that guy, you know? Canadian Guy A was that guy. So, like, now that it's coming out, like, in my mind, it's like, okay, they better fucking bring it. They better bring something unique to the table that makes me want to keep coming back. Not just going off of nostalgia, you know? It's like they dug the hole. They better dig deep now, you know? Because I'm not gonna like a shallow grave here for the new Spyro game. I'm not gonna like it. If that's what it is, if it's like a shallow experience, you know? But with that said, that's like my hunch is like, I'm gonna try my best not to look at it in such high expectation ways, to just look at it casually as someone who didn't play the original games for a bajillion hours too. Like, I will try to look at it from multiple perspectives. Kind of in the same way some of you guys are more casual about what you hope for Spyro 4, that you can see kind of how I might have like a loftier vision for the game. Even if I can't really put it into words, I know it might seem like really wishy-washy. I just, like, after seeing Reignited, it's like I have a very strong sense of what I don't want now. Yeah, thank you, Night Sky, BMac, Skin Beeble for the gifts, getting us up to 555 legends. Really appreciate that. And some people might not like me for that. Some people might think like, look, if you're gonna be that critical, you better offer like an alternative. You better like really bring the creative. If you want it to be like really creative and unique, then you better tell us what that creative, unique vision looks like. But I'm not the fucking dev, dude. I'm not the guy that wanted Spyro 4 in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not my job to like give the alternative. It's all I can do as a fan is say what I'm not a fan of. You know, and hope for something that breaks the mold, you know. So yeah, I know maybe some people may not like that attitude that I have, but remember this is that we're not so different, you and I. Like the casual, you know, kind of Spyro enjoyer that wants it to be like kind of the old games. Like, I get it, dude. I can totally see it from that perspective, and I hope you can kind of see my kind of loftier vision as well. You know, I hope that we can see each other's perspective and play the game from both like viewpoints, you know. That's all I hope. I'm just bringing a fresh perspective to the table, that's all. I'm not telling you guys you have to agree with me or that the game has to be a certain way or anything like that. OG concept, just larger. Yeah, I mean, it could be good. I'm not saying like it's gonna be bad if it's like the original games. Like, it could be good. There's a world where it works. More new Spyro means more new Spyro fans, more people playing the original who haven't before. This is an interesting discussion because I've never really felt this way about speedrunning, or even like with my stream or anything. I've never been one of these creators that's like, I need to get as many people interested in this game as possible. Like, it's my duty as a fan of this game and this speedrun to make sure as many many eyes are exposed to it, so that way we get the most amount of people. Like, so okay, so let's say the whole world watches my Spyro 1 record, and let's say like a small fraction of them like join the Discord, and then they all like fucking leave after like a few days of not being interested anymore. Like, to me, it's like, what is the accomplishment there? Like, it's not my goal with speedrunning and streaming and doing this stuff. It's not to like just infinitely bloat my audience. Like, I don't see like the like, it's like a noble cause, but to me it's like I don't. It's not my cause. I'll put it that way. It's a noble cause to want to expose something you like to the most people possible, but that's just not my cause, is really all I can say. I'm glad you brought that up. People say that a lot about when you get like a speed run into GDQ, because that's like the big speed run marathon. It's not, especially because like you don't get any real followers or anything. So like the real cope about getting a run into GDQ is like, that's great, because not only are you helping charity, which is great, that's like a whole nother discussion, but you're also exposing your game, your run, to a wider audience, and more people are going to be interested in more. And for a game that like no one plays, like that's really valuable, actually, I'll say. You know, to get more eyes on a game, that's always nice, you know, just for the progression of it. But I think in the case of like Spyro, it's like, I think enough people know that Spyro exists, Spyro speedrunning exists. So I'm definitely not on this like crusade to like bring Spyro to the world or anything, or to grow my channel so big to reach the widest possible audience and inject them with Spyro fandom, you know, type of thing, so that they, you know, they are inspired too, you know, just like me. That's just not my. Again, it's a noble goal. If that's your goal in gaming or in streaming or whatever, content creation, I think that's a noble goal, but it's just not my goal. So I hope you can see that, you know, perspective as well. It's an interesting discussion though, not just with like a new Spyro game, but like with speedrunning in general. I've heard that sort of thought process a lot. Gotta expose my game to more new people. That's like that's the best thing. But I'm perfectly fine with like my community, with it being like a solo almost experience with the people who are already involved with the game. Like, when is enough exposure to something enough? Is kind of like my question. I know perhaps it's a bit of a philosophical question that isn't really considered much when you're just thinking about just exposing it to as many people as possible, whatever the media may be. Like, when is enough exposure enough? It's an interesting thought, you know? Again, it's not to say anyone's wrong for wanting to just endlessly expose people to things they like. But like, is there ever like an end point to that? I think for a lot of people who have that attitude, there's not, you know? But for me, I feel like I've reached that end point with Spyro. It's like, I feel like enough people give a fuck about this game. I don't need it, you know? It's cool, like, if new people like get interested by the game from my videos or my streams or whatever, like, that's great, you know? It's definitely not a bad thing, but it's not like my goal either. Know what I'm saying? My goal with speedrunning and streaming has always been to like just improve in myself. It's never been like, I gotta get other people involved, I gotta collaborate with this person. You know, it's always just been a solo journey through these games with the help of like resources created by other players, you know? And luckily in Spyro, those resources have always been there, and other players have always been pushing the limits of these games. So that's where my attitude comes from, of like, why do we need more of that? Like, we already have enough of that, you know? And what I will say also as someone who's been in the hobby for a long time is speedrunning is always going to be a revolving door. You know, it's never going to be like the same few people there forever. There'll always be people coming and going. Whether you make an effort to expose the game to a wider audience or not, there's always going to be people coming and going from a particular niche like that. So it's really as noble of a goal as it is to want to expose like your fandom to a lot of people. It's like, that will happen naturally, whether you make that your purpose or not, you know? It's not something that needs to be like, you know, a focus of your grind or whatever. The way I see it. And furthermore, if you focus on a hobby like this, like just as a solo experience, like I'm just getting better emotionally as a streamer, talking through my thought processes, and also as a gamer, learning different speed games and getting better at them. If I just focus on that solo side of it, then naturally, like I was saying, naturally, people, I'd like to imagine, naturally people are going to be interested by that. More so than an approach of just like, all right, I want to get this game into as many marathons as possible, you know? Just to reiterate, it's not to put down anyone who's really into submitting to speed marathons or, you know, trying to make a YouTube video that like goes fucking viral so people can finally know about the niche thing that you're interested in. It's noble, you know. I'm not here to shit on it. It's just, you know, just kind of explaining why that's never really been like the case for me, I suppose. So yeah, interesting discussion. I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever thought about it that way before. To those of you who have kind of shared that sentiment of like, I want to expose everybody to this thing I like. I think both perspectives have like a lot of validity to them. Mine and the sharer. Did I get everything here? 395. Missing a, oh, it's this. I'm gonna like just do this level again, I think. Favorite top 3 homeworlds of the original trilogy? I don't know, Magic Craft. I'm just gonna name a few that come to the top of my head. Magic Crafters, Autumn Plains, and then Midnight Mountain. No, I pick Evening Lake over Midnight Mountain, actually. Magic Craft, yeah, that's I'd say like just based on aesthetic and vibes, like casual vibes. Magic Crafters from Spyro 1, Autumn Plains from Spyro 2, and Evening Lake from Spyro 3, which is interesting because all of those homeworlds are in the exact middle of each of those games. Those are all like middle homeworlds. I didn't even intend for that to be the case, but that's just how that came. Maybe there's something deeper there. Autumn Plains not number 1. They weren't in like a particular order. They were just like a top 3, not ordered. You know I ordered them? You're disagreeing with me there? See, this is what I'm talking. I knew my stream wasn't an echo chamber. I knew I had some people disagreeing with my own list. My own interpretation of my list. No, actually, Deo, you interpreted that differently. Alright guys, I'm gonna go pee and then I'm gonna restart this level. In fact, let me do the code real quick to restart this. Not Speedway, we went Metropolis. R1 down. That should reload the level. Alright, BRB. Dude, I'm still bemusing. I'm still like thinking in my head about this topic about bringing your favorite hobbies to a wider audience and like the noble pursuit of that. And I think in thinking about my outlook not being that way, I'm like, why am I like that? And I think what it is I've always believed, before I get into this level, I just want to kind of share this philosophical thought with you guys, is I've always believed if you're interested in something, that you'll put the energy out there to like curate it, to get better at it, to maybe make a video about it, or just do whatever hobby it is you like. You're putting like some energy out there in the universe. And when you do that, maybe not when you do it once or twice, but when you do it a lot, like over an extended period of time, the universe like sends that energy back to you. Like in the form, in my case, in the form of like viewers or, you know, or speedrun PBs or, you know, things of this nature. Like the more energy you put out in the universe when it comes to a hobby you like the more you do it, in other words, then the more the universe will reciprocate that energy back to you. And I think the people who are most successful when it comes to like bringing a hobby to a wider audience, ironically, are people who are okay with the universe giving them very little back. Like if you can play a game every day and get better at it and only get like 1 or 2 viewers for or get like very little, you know, response from the universe for that, and you can still enjoy that little bit of feedback you're getting, a slightly better PB, a slightly, you know, maybe 1, you know, 3 viewers instead of 1, that whole spiel. If you can enjoy that small like reassurance from the universe, then you have what it takes to really bring your hobby to a wider audience, which is like the noble pursuit, right? And ironically, if your goal from the start is to bring things to a wider audience, or for the universe, in other words, for the universe to reciprocate your energy back to you, if that's your goal, then you're gonna be frustrated that the universe only gives you a little bit back for the amount of energy you put into something. That's why being like viewer pilled, you know, oh, I don't have this many viewers, or oh, I've been making YouTube videos for this long and I don't have this many subs, or that whole content creator like whine fest, right? That's why that's the wrong way to look at like what we're doing here. Like that's one thing that's also really empowering about me moving away from Spyro and doing Oblivion. It's like I have less viewers and I still feel good about what I'm doing. I'm like happy with a small, like a much smaller like reciprocation from the universe. And because I know in due time, like that flower will bud into what the noble pursuit guy that wants to bring their game to a wider audience, in time that flower will bud without it even being my goal at all. So yeah, that's my thoughts about bringing something to a wider audience, or wanting to just grow in general, or get a lot of feedback with a hobby that you're interested in. It's a really like interesting, almost ironic way of looking at it. Anyways, thank you Skim Beeble for the gifts, and Craig with the 20, dude. Craig getting us actually kind of close now. At first it was a pipe dream. It was definitely a pipe dream at first. But man, if I keep, you guys got me nervous now. I gotta go switch to Oblivion or something. If I don't get through the whole game today, I could get through the whole game today. Let's get moving here. If I don't get through the whole game today, then I'll definitely take one more practice day before we hit the 600. If we hit the 600 early, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We still got a long way to go. But man, thank you guys. If you're enjoying the philosophical talk and all this, or just all the Spyro 4 gaming cynicism or whatever, gaming industry cynicism, or what have you, or just if you just like Spyro, you know, thanks everybody for subbing. And again, if you're watching on YouTube, the link to my Twitch stream is down below. And if you don't feel like heading over there for the free Prime sub or whatever, you can always feel free to super chat or member as well. Enough shilling. Let's focus on this level here. We gotta get up to the UFO part here and actually do that correctly. That's why I kind of wanted to redo this level. So let's do that. Magic Crafter's your #1. Dude, Magic Crafters is just a vibe. It's a really annoying homeworld in the speedrun at like a high level because of all the supercharging, but casually, it's just like, that's like peak Spyro 1. Peak whimsical Spyro 1. Oh my god, what the fuck? That guy is like way in the wrong spot. Okay, let's see how we recover this. Okay, hold on, we're gonna wait here. I think this is the recovery. Shoot this guy. Is that gonna hit? No. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, when you're on bad UFO cycles, you just gotta wait here and just spam. It's okay. We got this. There we go, nice. LBZ, thank you for the sub. And now that I've done that spammage, we'll see if I can get the cleanup correct here at the end. Let's see if we can at least get this second cycle correct, because they'll all spawn right here. No, so close. Please hit him. Oh my god, damn. Please? Please? Dude, please? Oh my god, I'm terrible. Here, let's grab these while I'm here. Let's grab all these down here. Just to make things a little easier for later. That. Where's this last guy? Yeah, there he is. That was wonderful. You can tell I had the right idea there. This is a hard level to practice. You pretty much have to practice this level like from the start in order to get the correct cycles going. Oop, we're out of sparks. Rip sparks. Did we grab everything up here? No, we didn't. Are there fodder like in this area? Oh yeah, there are. I should have definitely just grabbed an egg guy there. Wait. Let's see again. Definitely should have just grabbed this little egg dude. Yeah, not my finest metropolis, but that's fine. Dare I say probably one of the worst metropolises you'll ever see. Yeah, that should be everything. 382. Damn, I'm missing a lot of stuff. Holy shit. I wonder where it is. Let's head back up. We're all out of flight power as well. Grab this again. Oh yeah, it's up top. Yeah, that's right. We gotta take this thing. This is all good practice for, like, you know, when I'm on run number 5 or whatever, just totally shitting the bed. There we go, I forgot about all these. There we go. I should really do that level again, but we're just gonna move on for now. Shout out from the greater Richmond area. I'm 20 minutes from you. Dude, hit me up if you want to, like, meet up at a bar or a brewery, Shelf Seeker. Like, link to my Discord, somebody in the chat. And send me a Discord DM. I'm definitely down to fucking have a beer or just chill or whatever. Get some food. Oh, wait, I already grabbed all these. So when you exit Metropolis, yeah, you grab these and you go up here. Do this. Whoops. Champa Bay Savage, thank you for the prime. Hope you're doing well today. I was about to say, like... Only thing you dislike in Spyro 1, 2 is there's indoor levels. Yeah, I feel you on that. They felt like kind of restrictive, you know. Harry you wanna with the damn resub. How you doing today, Harry? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the support. Oh god, hit him! No! Kill this bitch. Oh, no! I'm restarting this, hold on. I just wanna get it right. I just want to get it right once. How do you do this? Am I tripping? Like, how do you do that part correctly? Let me try that again. Come. The delay to come. Doing good. I'm doing excellent, man. Getting into the Spyro 2 grind. Oh god. As you can see, I'm a total expert at the game. It's fun coming back to this game and not feeling like I gotta be good at it. Like barely hitting that guy. Still missing 2. So I guess maybe you don't worry about that guy. Oh, let me just see one more time if I just ignore that guy. I'm forgetting the basic routing of it. You definitely hit the first guy here. Oops. Okay. And then say I missed that guy. Let's see what happens there. Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, he's definitely nowhere nearby. Maybe if I like hit all the birds and then come back. Dude, he's like as far away as he could physically be. Yeah, he's... No, yeah, you cannot miss that guy. You cannot miss that guy. One more try. Yeah, you just do it like that. You just land right there. Perfect. Good. Alright, I figured it out. Took me a few tries, but we figured it out. Oh, thought that was the last one. Okay, now we hit retry, but we hold... Oh, wait, hold on. Try that again. Retry, hold down left, and then press square. Oh, man. This is the strat. Hold on. Get this strat without bonking, and I'm gonna be so proud of myself. Is he flying faster? No, this is like the same flight speed as he has in the normal game. I am playing a modded version of the game, in case you're wondering. So that way I can, like, practice and, you know, use save states and stuff. But, yeah, this is the normal flight speed. Come on, give me the fucking shit, dude. Oh, it's so tough. Eh, whatever. Should we do the pew 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 minigame? Might as well. Get your pew pews out in the chat. I literally have an emote for this. Loud ass gun. It's okay, we can grab him later. Okay, hold on, get him. Go! Alright. That was fine. We're good. Okay. Almost choked it there. Had to get the beatbox going. Song of my people. Had to hit the soldier boy real quick. Alright, quit. Good. Good level. I'm so perfect, there's no need for day 2. There might be a day 2 of this. We'll see. It all comes down to the chat. Thank you, Dick Butters, for the 5 gifts. It all comes down to how many Twitch gifties we get. It is getting kind of tantalizingly close at this point, I will admit. This come on, blue. Okay, there you go. I wish when this is like a problem with Twitch. I wish when Twitch GIFs happen, like 5 or more GIFs, that it would just say, you know, blah 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 gifted 5 GIFs instead of saying like every individual person, like, and calling them out of the lurk, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy that there's no setting to change that. Oh, give me this. Dude, this level design is amazing. I love this level. Except when it goes terribly. Yeah, let me see if I remember the routage here. I think you just go up this way. I have a feeling I'm gonna fuck up this route. Yeah. Okay, don't grab that yet. Wait, I think we go here. That's the... I'm going to the wrong area first. I'm supposed to, like... leave that there. Go back this way. Now do this. Oh, I fucked up. I'm supposed to hit the other one. Now we go over here. Yeah, I think I was supposed to like spit out the first collectible and then grab it like there. Yeah, that's right. Guys, look, it's Bradley Gaming! Dude, it's the guy! Alright. It's the fucking frog, man. Oh, I forgot to grab the... Yeah, I'm doing this like all out of order now. Hold up, hold up. Yeah, you're supposed to go here, go up here. Yep, yep, yep. Do the thing. Wait, and before eating that, hit this bitch. Is that gonna hit? No. Yeah, Nasty Nork is frog adjacent. Nasty Nork is a frog ally. That's why they fuck you over in Dark Hollow. Those frogs are working for the man. Hopefully I didn't hit that guy too far. I might have hit that duck a little too far. It's fine. Where is it? It's like here somewhere. Where's the duck? There it is. That didn't count, by the way. Had to be here. Fuck ass game. How do you avoid that? How do you avoid that guy? Grab this froggy. I think we can just like jump down this way, right? Yeah, you can just jump down this way. You can just go straight through these. Okay, spit this out. Hit this bitch. Good. Don't exit level. I have this weird muscle memory where I exit level there because it's like you grab the last few gems of a section and then pause and unpause. It's literally the only example in the entire original trilogy, like 100% playthroughs, where you have to collect some gems at the end of an area, pause, and then not exit level. Really funny moment. Oh, for sure, Shelf. I'll check on that later. Yeah, this way. Yeah, now we go this way. I'll just grab these things now. Wait, aren't there supposed to be gems down here? I think I already grabbed a few of them, that's why. And we can go up here and do that. You're hyped for Spyro 4, you dislike the graphics of the remake. Spyro should be way more stylized. Well, hey, I mean, it sounds like you agree entirely with everything I'm saying. Sounds like we share an opinion here. Oh, wait, I think there's one more red there. Don't hit me with the poop. Do they throw poop? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's poop, right? It's brown. Right. Let's see if we got everything. Oh, it looks like we got everything. Any pencil lovers in the chat? My pencil! There's no voice acting in this cheat ROM, by the way, but... My pencil! No. Aha! My pencil! Can I please get a my pencil in the chat? Alright, that should be everything, I think. Yeah. Why does it say I have none of the, orbs? I'm pretty sure I have all the orbs, right? I think I'm good. I did everything. The only two orb missions are the pencil and the spark plugs. So I think we're good. And then I guess there's one more somewhere. I think I did everything right there. So yeah, let's get out of here. Exit level. My pencil! Guys, do you think the professor went to Epstein Island? I don't know, man. He's kind of sus. You guys saying for sure, right? Yeah, I know, right? It's like when you think about it for a moment, honestly, it like kind of makes sense. Just going off vibes. It's like, who is this professor with no credentials? Why have we given him so much power in the Dragon Realm society? There's definitely some corruption going on there. Oh, Jesus. You guys know Epstein was like a pseudo-scientist, right? He loved inviting like intellectuals. Dude, the fucking professor would have fit in great on Epstein Island. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but that's just my headcanon now. Oh, they're here. Oh, did the camera get fucked? What's up, Uncle Fish Fingers? How you doing? Michael Pritchard, welcome, welcome. Wait, why are those guys activated? Aren't those guys not oh, I'm supposed to talk to the guy here, I think. Wait. I think the power-ups are just set to be active right now. Hold on. Yeah, power-ups default. That's what we want. It's fine though. But I don't think it makes a difference for the sake of this bullshit. Wait, that oh shit, I think I missed a gem in there. Hold on. Ice breath, guys. I'm calling it right now, like, on the next fucking Spyro 4 trailer thing. Dude, the ice breath actually sucks because you can't do the fucking fireball through underneath it. It's actually trash. To like do this shit. It doesn't even do anything, you have to wait for it to run out. Oh my god. Favorite of the original trilogy from the perspective of a casual? Probably, I guess, if I had to pick one, maybe Spyro 2. I think it's the most casually entertaining of the three. The speedrun route here is you don't, because the power-ups aren't supposed to be active. Like, these guys running around, they're not supposed to be active right now. I just had it, like, set to that by accident. So you're supposed to just flame that from underneath and then flame this from down here. You don't need these guys to complete this section. The balls are flesh colored. Yeah, good thing we don't see those guys like in the right. Yeah, these guys are kind of disturbing. I agree. You know what? I mean, since we've been talking a lot about like art style and stuff with like newer Spyro games versus this one, versus older, it's like both games have a lot of like uncanny shit in them. You know, like let's be honest. It's just that. I think that's like one thing where the nostalgia goggles really blind us. Where it's like, if the old games have like enemies that are nightmare fuel, it's like, oh, haha, remember when we used to have nightmares about this as a kid? But imagine saying that to your childhood self. Like, you'd be like, dude, fuck those guys. Kind of in a similar way that we might say like, oh, fuck the design of like some of these enemies in Reignited or something. Like, they just look so uncanny. It's like, it's really just the adult version of like our childhood like nightmare fuel with some of the enemies from the original games. Just a funny thought, funny like parallel there. Let's do this. Activate. Is this gonna work? Oh, it just barely started in time. Hell yeah. Go this way. Yeah, we're chilling. Oh, I might not make this. I'm just gonna stay right here. No, I have to grab that later. That's fine. Whatever. Just just grab those later. Just don't fail the minigame. I did the trick where you like start the minigame early, but I couldn't quite catch up in time. Definitely some better flame charging could have happened there. Well, I should have blown that up early too. No, don't hit him! I meant to hit the... Okay, you know what? That's fine. We get to practice this again. This is all practice. Classic. Okay, so I'd have to wait for him to go there and then do this and grab these. Then we can go all the way here. Dude, that ice monster is fucking so scary, dude. He's probably one of the scariest enemies in the whole trilogy. And the fact that you can't even, like, damage him or anything, you just have to, like, or, I mean, like, without environmental assistance. You have to break that first, that's the key. Like, if you can't just, like, run into him and, like, there's no way to overpower him as Spyro. That, like, makes him extra scary, like... And it's like when you get close to him, he's like one of the only enemies where when you get close to him, the game just fully like fades out and takes like control away, you know? It's like, oh, you got too close. Here comes like the fucking nightmare, you know? It's fucking super stressful. It literally takes control away and like fades you out. It's, I don't know, something about that whole process is crazy. Yeah, Agent Zero be jorking it for sure. Got all the gems and everything. Hell yeah. Let's exit this level. Okay. Grab all these. All the gems respawn, but we're gonna pretend like they didn't. give your Spyro 4 take. I think permanent flying will destroy all the platforming. And that's an interesting, I haven't heard that take really yet. I've seen some like echoes of that, like in the comment section, like on Reddit, stuff like that. That the permanent, I don't think it's gonna be like permanent flying. I just think the game's gonna be like flying focused, right? But I think personally, I think on the topic of the platforming being good, this is just my guess, is I think they're gonna try to stay as true to like the platforming roots of the Spyro series as possible. But you might be right. You might be right that there might be so much of a focus on the flying that it kind of takes away from the platforming aspect of the game. You might be right. So, interesting take. Interesting thought. Did we grab everything? I think we grabbed everything. No restriction or time limit on fly. Like, dude, like, it could be cool. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna be bad. But, you know, I mean, I don't know. My opinion is I'm fine with it not being like the original games, is kind of my opinion. But I know a lot of people have like that, the other side of the opinion where it's like they want it to be more close to like the original. Even if it's not the same mechanics, it's like you're still platforming, you know? I think that's kind of where people are drawing the line, right? So I guess everyone draws kind of the line in a different part of the sand there in terms of like how true to the originals it needs to be. But you could very well be right that the flying focus of the game could take away from the whole platforming dimension of Spyro. Could be right. Yeah, I mean, same here, Kurosu. Same here. I hope that whatever's revealed next in the coming months, like, really shifts my perspective away from it being just, like, corporate slop, regurgitative, you know, boring shit that we've seen from so many games before. Where do we go? Are we going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way. I wasn't supposed to grab those. I was supposed to go up and above there. There we go. Grab these and then go up here. So if the next trailer or whatever gives me any inkling of like some creative, unique juices flowing, then I'll be happy. But right now the bar is really like low for me, I have to be honest. In terms of what I'm expecting. This is like kind of how I put it. It's like my bar is really high for what I'm hoping. And after that initial release trailer, my bar is really low for what I'm expecting. So yeah, my hopes are high and my expectations are low, which is kind of like the best way to look at stuff, I think. I think I was supposed to grab those breads there. Maybe grab them later on. You think so, Sho? You think they intentionally, like, made the trailer? I think they intentionally made it so, like, they want people to, like, I like kind of what you're saying. They want people to discuss, like, oh, what is this game really going to look like? Because we don't know for sure. I think they wanted that, but I don't think they intended for it to be, like, what my reaction was like, this is, like, corporate slop. I don't think they were going for that. So I think there's elements of like what you're saying about like not showing too much right away, you know, to get people talking. Yeah, that's for sure. I think I definitely agree that's what they're going for, but in doing that, it just feels like this really underbaked, shitty product, you know? Just at a first glance. Yeah, Uncle Fishfingers, if you look next to everyone's name, you'll see like the YouTube or Twitch logo. Those messages are coming from YouTube, as you can see, because I'm streaming on YouTube as well, and on Kick. All right, let's see if we can do hockey. Right. I forgot like what even the strat is here. You were hyped until you could see you could fly everywhere. Yeah, that was something else someone said just a moment ago. Feels too different from the originals. Not that far, right? That was bad. What's the... I might want to bring up a video to see what the supposed safe strat is here, because I remember learning it. How can you avoid it being heartless, Slop? Don't show them much. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure as they show more stuff, like, it'll be more of an interesting discussion, but right now it's just very, like, one-dimensional. Like, well, we don't really know what to expect, and it just looks kind of whack at a first glance, which I don't think that's what they were going for. Yeah, the whole, like, soulless, heartless, there's, like, different synonyms for these words that I think people, like, agree to different degrees. To me, I'm, like, very extreme in it, where I feel like it's just straight up, like, a soulless art style to me. But, like, other people in my, like, Megan and I were talking about this. She agrees more with, like, the term, like, they're playing it safe with the art style. So I don't know if you would agree with that, Falcon. That, like, maybe soulless is, like, too extreme, but, like, calling it, like, playing it safe might be a little bit more agreeable. I don't know. But these are all basically synonyms to say that, like, the art style is, like, it leaves something to be desired for me. Just different degrees of like, extreme judgment on it. AI adjacent is like one of those that, like, that's a real, like, I said that in my video, and yeah, some people were saying, like, that's a step too far, you know, because real people made this, and it's like, I'm not denying that real people, like, I'm glad it isn't AI. I'm hoping it isn't AI, and I'm glad it isn't, if so. But that still doesn't change the fact that it, like, looks kind of like that to me, you know? It's not an insult to the artists that made it. I know it's hard not to frame it that way. But yeah, that's like one of the more, like, inflammatory, you know, like, ways of saying it. But I think a really agreeable, like, less mean way of saying it is that it's just like, it looks like a very playing it safe kind of art style. And I'm not a fan of it. No matter what way you want to say it, I'm like, my point is I'm not a fan of it. And then it's kind of like the next question would be like, well, what do you want, Deo? You're the fucking great artist here, right? Like, what do you want? The thing is when I'm giving these criticisms is I don't really, I'm not giving, like, really that much of a alternative, you know? Because in my mind, it's like, it's on the devs' shoulders to bring creative inspiration to the game, not mine as a fan, you know? That's like how I see it. So I tried to give some examples in my video yesterday about, like, actual, like, stylized, cel-shaded, bright-colored games from our childhood and how those differ from, like, what we see from this kind of corporate, what I call, like, a corporate slop kind of art style trailer, fantasy corporate slop. And I think there is, like, a real difference there. Like, one good word you can use is, like, hyper-stylization, you know, to give it a unique voice. These are all, like, different ways of just saying it, but of course, like, what that stylization looks like, I can't say for Toys for Bob or for someone else, you know. It's their voice to create. It's not mine to be like, it should be exactly like what I'm saying, you know. And it's not that bad either. I want to reiterate, like, the art style is, like, fine. It's just not that inspiring to me. It just feels like kind of safe, kind of boring. And that was basically the point I was making in the video. It's not that, oh, this is the worst thing ever, needs to change, needs to be better, you know. It's just a criticism I haven't really heard much, you know. So yeah, however much you agree or disagree with the exact wordage, hopefully you can, like, agree to some degree. Hopefully you can understand the sentiment. Yeah, Jet Set Radio, another great example of like a very bright, colorful, cartoony. Using the term cell shaded isn't like technically accurate to what Reignited is, because it's like an Unreal Engine game, so the way they actually color it is not literally cell shading. People corrected me about that in my Reignited video when I used the term cell shaded to describe stuff. Like, this art style is technically not that, but it harkens back to that. You know, it's like it's adjacent. Right? Pastel, well, if the pastel is like a color palette, so if you want to talk about like color palettes, I think they could have done well to stick with pastels and to stick with more muted colors rather than the hyper, like the really bright colors. I feel like when you look at the original games, one of the biggest differences between the original games art style and Reignited is the color palettes. And I think the original games use a lot more like pastels and, you know, complementary palettes compared to Reignited. It's just very sharp contrasts with the colors in Reignited. So it just feels like there's less artistic depth just from a color palette perspective. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe, what's his name? The guy that did the concept art for the original Spyro and Crash games? Carlos Zembilius. Carlos Zembilis. Or Charles Zembilis. I think he's gone on record, if I'm not mistaken, like saying that he just prefers the color of the original Spyro. Like, they got one of the things he didn't like was that, or no, this was in the fucking Skybox video I did. That wasn't Charles. That was somebody else. But yeah, it was like one of these original devs even commented on that about the color palette being a big difference in how we interpret the art style. So like, regardless of like the polygons or the graphics or any, you know, the skybox, it's just the colors being used. Even those are like vastly different. And it just feels like in each one of these departments, you know, colors, graphics. This might be a hot take, but I think the graphics of the original games hold up better than the graphics of like Reignited. Yes, the graphics of Reignited, like, they have more polygons, you know, they are like more complex models, but I don't think the actual like the actual characters in the game are as memorable graphically as the characters from these games. So to that end, I think the actual graphics of the original games, despite them being lower poly, are better graphics. They're more memorable. That's like my hot take. So I feel like in every one of these artistic departments, like color palettes, graphics, you know, it's like, it just feels like the original games like still stand, you know, mountains above Reignited. And it's not to say that Reignited or the new game, I mentioned Reignited because it's very similar graphically to the new game. It's not to say that the newer style is like just objectively bad. It's just not. It's just, we know that it can be better, is really what I'm saying. Like, it's just fine, you know. It's almost worse for something to be boring than for it to be like really obviously bad, right? It's not really obviously bad. It's just boring and like, you know what I'm saying? And when we're talking about art, like artistic impact, that's like almost a greater insult to say something's, oh, it's just fine. It doesn't really do much for me, but it's fine, you know. It's serviceable. Like, that's like worse than someone being like, dude, this looks like a fucking monstrosity. At least then it's making you feel something, right? But yeah, I want to reiterate, like, I know a lot of people like Reignited's art style as well. Like, it's kind of like there's a lot of split opinions on that. Like, And even within the game itself, I think Reignited has elements of the art style that are just so amazing. Dare I say even better than the original games. The skyboxes and the environment detail, I think goes beyond the original games. And it's just like really like a lot of attention to detail was put on the environment as well as the skyboxes, the dynamic skyboxes and music. Like these are things that you could tell they really put like the love and care into. But then like the actual characters come out and it's like two different teams worked on the character design versus the environment design and didn't really put much thought into putting them together. That was like one of my biggest artistic critiques about Reignited. Like, it's fine if your game's really cartoony, bright colors, cel-shaded, looking, whatever. But then when the environment gets really, like, hyper-detailed, realistic, it's like it clashes with the characters. That's not a problem that the original games have. Yeah, and they probably did have different teams. That's why I'm saying that's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, Zombie Party. I respect it, you know, like I'm not here to shit on anyone that likes the art of the remake or anything. I mean, that's a beautiful thing about art is like we all have our own, you know, sort of opinion on it. Even when we think we agree on stuff, it's like when you really get into the weeds about like why you like something, you'll find it's very different from others. So yeah, there's definitely elements of Reignited that I do really like artistically, but on a whole, it doesn't really do a lot for me. But I see it in the fandom, like from people like yourself, Zombie, and others that like it really does do something for them. So I got to give it up in that regard. My opinion is not like unanimous in that regard. I will say that the opinions that like the critical opinions I'm sharing about the art style, you don't hear very much. And there are quite a lot of people that agree with me. Maybe not the majority, maybe it could be split 50-50 and you know, however you want to say it, but I'm definitely like touching a nerve, I feel like, that hasn't really been like discussed in terms of like, is this really the art style we want for the newer games? For some people, yeah. For people like me, no, you know? And that's just a difference of opinion at the end of the day. I can't really do much beyond that. But hopefully no one feels like it's like a personal, you know, thing. Like I personally dislike you if you like Reignited's art or whatever. Like I said, there are things to like about it, you know. My opinions will never ruffle any feathers. Yeah, good thing I'm not like actually popular and no one gives a fuck what I'm talking about. I'm just popular enough that some people will listen to me, but not enough for like anyone to really get upset. Which is good. That's a good place to be on the internet. Yeah, no, and exactly, no, but and I said that exact fucking quote in my video. I was like, I talked for 5 minutes about the artistic direction, and I was like, you know what? Like, fuck all that. Like, let's talk about the mechanics, you know? Let's talk about, is this game gonna be fun to play? The game can look like the most uninspired shit ever, but if it feels good to play, like, that, like, will really help carry it. And I think that really did help carry Reignited as well. Reignited does, in a lot of senses, feels really good to play. And is distinct from the original games while being true to them, you know? Not in every sense, but in some senses. Especially in, like, the core Spyro, you know, grounded movement. I think it's, you know, they did well, you know? They did well. They didn't fucking reinvent the wheel or anything, but they did well. The flight mechanics? Don't talk to me about those. They did bad on those, but the actual, like, core Spyro movement and Reignited, like, that's, to me, that's what holds up the game. You know, not the way it looks or like the aesthetic or whatever. Did I get everything? Well, I guess I got respawned, so there we go. But I did follow the route, so I'll go ahead and exit level here. Yeah, I agree, Shelf Seeker. Like, if anyone's getting, like, really offended at my... Which, I think people are, like, pretty level-headed about the stuff I'm saying here. I was really worried when I put that video out yesterday that I was gonna get, like, hit by the fucking hate mob. Or, like, anti-hate mob. Like, you have to like everything. You have to be grateful for Spyro 4, all this, which I am, you know. Obviously, that nuance of being, like, excited yet critical is like lost often on the internet, right? With commenters and whatnot, so. I'm really like delightful. Once again, I shouldn't be surprised, but once again, I'm surprised by like the maturity of like this, of not just my community, but the broader Spyro fandom in interacting with my content and like giving me like their piece without being like, fuck you, Deo, you know? Like 99% of comments were pretty, even if you didn't agree, like we're pretty, you know, could see my viewpoint, you know, which is like a level, again, a level of maturity you don't see on the internet much. Yeah, it's true for me, Sverna, you know. That's the only reason I am being critical is because, like, because I care, you know. I care about the game being good, and I want to have the game have a lot of replayability. I want it to be, dare I say, even a revival for the series, you know. Like, I want it to be just a good game, like. I don't expect it to be that level of good, but that's what I want, you know. Come on. Come on. Dude, why am I struggling with this? It's like the water's not moving. Isn't the water supposed to be moving here? Am I tripping? The water's supposed to be moving here, no? Hold on. Like the water level is supposed to shift. I mean, I can still probably get this trick, but that's like really weird. You don't get the Spyro 4 verbiage? I mean, because that's what the entire fandom was calling it before it got announced. So, like, when you're saying, oh, I don't get it, it's like, that's why. It's only been the meme for, like, many years, you know? It's like, if you just look at the game without the context of the entire fandom waiting for it, then yeah, it doesn't make sense to call it Spyro 4. But if you have been a fan of the Spyro series, everybody has been waiting for Spyro 4. So even though this new game isn't called Spyro 4, we're calling it Spyro 4, you know? So surely that makes sense, you know? I know it doesn't make literal sense, but hopefully it makes contextual sense. Dude, this... Okay, there we go. I'm about to say... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that water's supposed to be, like, moving. But yeah, I think kind of like what you were saying, what No Dream was saying here, is that it's as much a sequel to the PS2 games as it is the OG. I think that's why they didn't call it Spyro 4. Like, the actual literal game is not called that. Because if they did call... this is just my guess, is like what happened in the boardroom meeting when they were deciding what to title it. Is I think the reason they didn't call it Spyro 4 A Realm Beyond is because then it's like implying that it's a continuation of the original trilogy. Whereas they want it to be something that pleases all the fans, you know, including the PS2, Heroes Tales, Skylanders, you know, all that. I think that's why they didn't go with that, even though they knew that's what everyone was going to call it. I think that's why they opted not to call it that. So I do think you hit the nail on the head in terms of like why they called it what they called it. You know, and that's kind of true, Falcon. Is like calling it Spyro 4 is almost like saying like let's forget about, you know, those shitty PS2 games and those shitty Game Boy games and shit. You know, it's kind of like a implicit diss to be like, okay, this is the real Spyro 4 now, finally, you know. No, it is true. That is true. No, and that's what I'm saying, Sock. It's like, it's funny because like a lot of Spyro fans now, you know, did not grow up with the original trilogy. I mean, it's been like the better part of 30 years now almost. You know, most of us who did grow up with the original trilogy are very much like adults, like well into our adulthood now. So a lot of the people that are a part of the Spyro fandom grew up with like Heroes Tales, Skylanders. You have to accept that. Legend of Spyro. Like, we can't just like act like that part of the fandom doesn't like exist, you know what I mean? They're very, even though they don't really exist in a big way like on my stream, like when you see like the actual like comments section of like Canadian Guy A's videos or like, you know, the actual trailer, you'll see a lot of like that same nostalgic stuff that I get in my comments. Oh, my dad used to play Spyro 2 with me when I was a kid. It makes me think of it. Except it's like, my dad used to play Skylanders with me. I used to play Heroes Tale with my brother. So it's like, that's definitely like an echo chamber check for me, that it's like, oh yeah, like when we're talking about like a game for the Spyro fans, like it's not just the original, it's not just assumed that the original trilogy is the best. Even though here that kind of is the case, that's not how it is for like the broader fandom. That's an important like reality check, perspective check. Yo, Newt, thank you for the 5 gifts. Hope you're doing well. Newt. Thank you, man. At 570. Can we get to 600? We're probably not going to hit 600 today, but that's fine. Now I mean, Spyro's just a series that has had like a lot of like different eras and revivals, and so it's just like the fan base is really split in that way. You got the people that like the original games, you got the people that like, you know, the PS2 games, you got the people that like Skylanders, and then you got all like the Crash Bandicoot fans like kind of overlapping, or different like adjacent games overlapping there. It's like none of this stuff is happening in a vacuum either. That's like important to remember. It's not like we're all just Spyro fans here for one game or another. You love Heroes Tale and Shadow. That's great. I'm not saying that that fans don't exist of those games. You have to admit, like, you have to admit, Sam, the majority of people here are not like fans of those games. Like, you have to admit, like, and that's okay. Like, that's okay. You know, it's okay. No one is like, you're not alone. You know, that's like the whole point of what I'm saying is like, you guys exist. You know. I'm trying my best to acknowledge you guys here. You know, it's my fault for mostly just playing the original games and not really being that interested in the other ones for the community that I've curated here, you know. So yeah, I mean, like, the community of Spyro fans is pretty split in that way, you know? That's okay, though. That's not saying we're like, you know, it's like a bad thing or whatever. We all just have grown up in different eras of these games. Keep trying that again until I get it. I'll take that. Let me do that one more time. just so I can get that smooth. Yeah, and yes, I know it's different from the fly-in, before anyone tells me. Just trying to get the general movement correct here. Whoa. Uh-oh, that's not good. Recover. Oh god. Try that again. Guys, there's an ice cream truck outside. It's fucking epic. Get ice cream? I'm good. I'm not a big ice cream. I mean, I like ice cream, but I never like go out of my way for it. Never really had a big sweet tooth. I'm a fat ass, but I don't have a big sweet tooth, and I think a big reason for that is I like food. I like eating food that like I can eat the most of while feeling the least bad. I guess there's counterexamples to this where I really like spicy food, and that makes you feel bad, I guess. And I like Coke Zero, and that gives me diarrhea. You guys ever get diarrhea from like sugar substitute drinks? I've been getting that lately. Yeah, I guess I just don't. I guess all I can say is I really don't have a big sweet tooth. Unless I've been drinking. If I've been drinking alcohol, I will fucking smash like a full sugar Coke or like some ice cream or whatever. Just to get the bitterness out, you know? The dehydration or whatever. Yeah, this ice cream truck has the SpongeBob popsicles. In fact, when I was playing Sonic, I got a Sonic popsicle and I fucking bit his head off. It was awesome. People want this one to appeal to them, and if it doesn't, then they're just fucked. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how it felt more so when Reignited was coming out. And I think now that we got that out of our system, at least as fans of the PS1 game in my case, I think like we got that whole, okay, how true is it going to be to the originals? Is it going to be like the originals? This game better be like the originals or else I'm not going to like it, you know, type of, we get that. I feel like that sentiment is, I got it out of my system. And now I'm ready for like a fresh experience. And to your point, Megan, I think maybe people who grew up with the PS2 or later games maybe haven't felt that yet, to where they want like a reimagining of their worlds, you know? So they're going to be more like, this better be like what I know, you know? Whereas for us PS1, you know, Spyro players, it's like we already went through that with Reignited, you know? It's an interesting thought. You're right, Megan. There is a lot of pressure there. I would not want to be in Toys for Bob's position right now. I'm not going to do the whole Hunter minigame. I probably should, but I'm just going to not. Actually, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it because I'm not really 100% sure what to do there. Try that again. Spyro dating sim. I would be unironically, and this is where I'm gonna lose a lot of you guys, but like I would be let me talk to Queen Thing. I would be unironically okay with like a new Spyro game just taking a huge genre shift, like being like a simulation, yeah, dating sims, just something that's just totally like out of left field. An MMO, that would be sick. Like a Spyro MMO would be nuts. That would go so much harder than even the best like platformer they could imagine, you know, in my mind. Yeah, whatever genre it is, it has to be good, right? Like, I'm just saying, well, all I'm saying is that, like, I almost would prefer that they stray away from, like, the original vision of these games. Even though most of the fandom doesn't feel that way, like, I feel that way. I'm okay with it straying away from the traditional platforming to, like, achieve a higher purpose, you know? So long as they do that, whatever that purpose is, so long as they do it well, you know? Let's do the hunter minigame. But yeah, I realize I'm probably in the minority with that, like, extreme of like a taste shift. Oh, where did I go? Did I fuck up? Grab this. I think I fucked up terribly, guys. Can I make it? Wait, I might be good. No, I missed, bruh. I'm just gonna follow him this time. I'm gonna follow him after the, in the section where I started going crazy, I'm gonna just follow him there. Yeah, the classic missing the ring by 1 millimeter. I was going for a strat that I totally forgot how to do. That only saves like a second or two, so not really worth. Oh, okay, actually just follow him there. Don't go for that extra ring. I gotta remember. Because again, like the faster strat that I learned before does go for that ring. So I gotta know. Might be beneficial to consider the alternative to what? Can you like just clarify like exactly what you're saying? I know you're like saying all this like in the context of what we're talking about. Can you just like say it all in one message? Just so I can like understand. Because I'm lost now. Like, I don't care, like, I don't care if it's, like, a new genre or not. I'm just saying, like, I would be fine with that. Grab this. No way that missed! Dude, good thing I'm practicing this. Oh, you're talking to Adam the Dragon. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to me. That's why I was like, sorry, I'm confused. There was no sparks in the trailer. Yeah, true, Adam, true. What's up, Adam? Yeah, where's the fucking sparks at? If they're trying to be true to, like, to the fans, like we want sparks, you know? Like, what the fuck? See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, in, like, one breath, they're like, we want to really honor the fans and like stay true to the originals and to all the other games all at once, which is really a crazy thing to strive for. Like, so they're saying that in one breath, we want to stay true to the fans, but then in another breath they're like, but we want to take some creative risks and really go in another direction. So which is it? You know what I'm saying? It's like, just tell us that you're getting rid of sparks. Don't like act like you're, you know, keeping this, because this is the problem here. Is because now when they take like creative freedom, people are gonna be like, well, you said you were gonna be true to the fans. So it's like, you can't have it all, is my opinion. You have to like take a stance there, you know? They have to say, oh yes, by the way, dude, imagine in the trailer they put out, they say, oh, by the way, Sparks fucking died, by the way. And now Spyro is going for revenge. Dude, that would have gotten me so hyped. Instead they said, a new evil arises. Most textbook regurgitated fucking fantasy plot ever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, and again, everything I'm saying here, like Megan's saying, everything I'm saying is, of course, subject to change as new information comes out. Maybe I have the wrong read on it, but I'm just saying, it doesn't feel like I'm that far off from the situation here. That's just my feeling. I'm just going off the vibes here. Dude, oh my god, I'm so excited for the new story, guys. Did you guys remember in the trailer when they said a new evil arises? Guys, what could that be? Could that be like a fucking generic villain? Like from every other Spyro game? Dude, they're being so true to the fans, man. They're being so true to the fans, dude. Dude, where's Queen Finny? There was like zero story inspiration from the current trailer, from the first trailer. And you would think if they wanted to like make the game story focused, that they would have like made like a statement with that first trailer, like things are different now. But no. They literally basically said in that trailer, this game is gonna be the exact same plot as every other Spyro game before this. That's literally what they did. PS1 Spyro fans are eating good. The old games are still there. Spaghetti Spyro, modern community's growing. Yeah, definitely. No, definitely. And I think the truth is like, well, I don't know this for a fact because I'm not like deep in the PS2 game communities, but I think just overall, like the community for the original games is a lot larger. I don't know if that's like, I feel like that's true. I don't know like how much. I don't have like the numbers on that, but it just feels like there's a lot more eyes and opinions coming from the PS1 fandom side of the Spyro series. Whereas, while there are a lot of people that grew up and liked the PS2 and beyond games, they make up like a much smaller voice in the fandom. But they are there though, you know, is the thing. And you can't like not acknowledge them. And you can tell Toys for Bob really wants to acknowledge them too. The reason I bring it up. I mean, they fucking made like Skylanders and shit. Like, they want to like take Spyro in like that new modern direction or whatever, but still be true to the original games. And I will like keep reiterating that you can't have it both ways. You know? You can't have it both ways. Like, that's what it always comes down to for me. It's like, how are you gonna stay true to the original games and then make something that's like a compelling creative diversion from that at the same time, you know? That doesn't just feel like, you know, like a repeat of everything we've seen already, you know? We already have Reignited, you know, again, like we already have that. We already have it. We already have, if you wanted to like remake the original games in the vision of the fans or whatever, like you had your chance to do that. Now let's make something unique, something that pushes like the fucking boundaries of like what a Spyro game even is. But I didn't get any of that. I got zero of that from the trailer. From the new trailer. Hopefully a new trailer comes out that like changes that. Hopefully a new trailer comes out that's like, yeah, we know you're looking for something serious here or something deeper or something like, I don't know what. A crazier story, a different type of gameplay loop, different kind of world. And it's not just as simple as like going from fantasy to edgy, because like fucking PS2 Spyro already did that. Like, it's hard not to be like regurgitating something from a previous installment of the series. You guys see what I'm saying? So whenever they say we want to be true to the fans, it's like, to me, that's like PR speak for like, we are going to try to just regurgitate something that you guys already liked. That's what I get from that. It is definitely much easier for them to take that approach than to make a whole new creative like project, you know? Whatever it may be. Rhythm game, yo. I'm telling you, man, if the fucking new Spyro was an MMO, that would... Why'd my game crash? Fuck ass game, dude. Come on. Come on, you little bitch. It just went black. I've never even seen that before. Normally, like, the screen, like, freezes and it does that. The screen just went black. It's the Spyro gods. The Spyro gods can hear me being critical of their game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right, Adam? No, there'll always be like a couple of comments like that, but they make up like not very many. If there was like a lot of comments like that, then I would make more of a point about like, all right, calm down, bitches, you know, but there's only like a couple of comments like that. It's really nothing not typical of like any YouTube comment section. I was worried, like, when I put out that video yesterday being critical of the trailer, I was worried there would be, like, a lot of fanboys, like, flaming me in the comments. Like, I was genuinely concerned, but you guys always come through as, like, a community. Everyone always comes through with, like, a level-headed viewpoint on stuff. Even if they don't agree, like, they can see the perspective and give their own take, and, like, I really appreciated that from you guys, like, big time. I was worried. When I posted that video, I was like, oh, man, I don't think people are gonna like this, you know, but you guys, I feel like what I said resonated with a lot of you guys, and that was really good to see. Really vindicating, I guess. Restart my capture card here, one sec. There we go. %. I would say it's more like 95%. Yeah, I mean, if you want to say 90% of comments just straight up like agree with me, then yeah, I'll give you that. And like maybe 10% are like, I don't know, whatever. Who knows? I'm just making up numbers here. But yeah, point being is that everyone was very nice to me, and everyone was surprisingly nice to me in the comments. You know, for a video where I was, you know, basically calling the new Spyro game that everyone was excited for, like, soulless corporate slop, basically, in so many words. So yeah, I'm really thankful for the level-headedness of people. There you go, degenerate. At least someone's saying it like it is. Dude, and honestly, the funniest thing about that statement, it's like, we should just mindlessly consume and be hyped for things regardless of their quality. It's like, the funny thing about that is that, like, you're not wrong for that. And it's so true for gaming today that, like, that's how it works. That, like, someone just has to say something, you know? That's how it felt, like, watching the reception to this, like, fucking super, like, corporate trailer, you know? People are just excited because it's Spyro 4, not because what they showed us is like anything of value, you know? If anything, what they showed us is like kind of concerning, you know? But, you know, forget about all that. Like, just just be happy that we're giving you a bone, you know? That we're throwing you a bone for $40 on Steam or something, you know? Consume our product and be happy. This is what you wanted, right? This is what you were begging for 8 years, is some fucking half-baked, over-promised shit? Yeah. And again, it's like, to me as like a true fan of the series, or like as someone who just had spent a lot of time on these games and has been around it a lot, it's like, to me that seems silly. But at the end of the day, it's like, who are the people who are really enjoying video games nowadays? Like like just following these like new releases that they're talking about and all the Nintendo Direct and Xbox presentations. It's the people that just turn their brains off and just fucking consume a game and play it for an evening and then leave it in the Steam library for the next however long. You know, and it's like, so there's really something to be said for like the I don't want to say like ignorance is bliss, but like to just turn your brain off. I mean, like, video games, I think, to a lot of people have always been like a turn your brain off and just have fun type of thing, you know? And if you have that outlook with, like, a new Spyro game, then there's no reason to be critical, you know? It's like, this is clearly just some, like, you know, some just bullshit to pass an evening with. So I just have fun with it, and that's that. And meanwhile, I'm over here, you know, 10,000 plus hours into Spyro 1, really hoping that it's something special. You know, so like, who's the real, like, fool here, you know? So there's really something to be said about, like, let's just, guys, why don't we all just quit being critical and just mindlessly consume whatever they give us, you know? Like, there's, as much as I hate to admit it, there's really something to be said for that. Yeah, right, Soul. No, but again, I want to reiterate, like, my comment section was, like, really level-headed in that regard. Like, I don't really feel like people were, like, coming at my neck because I didn't agree with them, you know? Even though I'm sure for bigger creators that is more of a thing. You will be happy. People can't look forward to stuff. That's always, like, the fucking, that's always the, what is it? This is always like the consumer like opinion, right? Is that it's like, what, Deo? It's like, you're being critical? Why don't you just be happy? Why are you shitting on my happiness? Like, me wanting the new game to be good and providing criticism is like a judgment on you for not doing that. You know? That's the one that gets me. Is like, wow, I'm not letting you be happy by having an opinion? That's fucking crazy, you know? I think you're just joking, by the way, but yeah, that's like one of those common, like, you know, comments. It's like, just let people be happy. It's like, who's saying I'm not? Like, it's automatically corporate slop. I don't like the art style feels like corporate slop to me. I can see you're not joking, actually. Yeah, no, the art style I don't like. I don't like the art style, like, simply put. And the gameplay literally looked like Dawn of the Dragon. And so that's why I called it corporate slop. It's like half-baked, like, not, they don't even have a product for us, you know? So how am I supposed to be excited about that is kind of like my question. Just because it's Spyro 4. I'm only supposed to be excited because it's Spyro 4, not because of the content of the trailer they're showing us. That's like my whole point with the video, you know? I'm not saying you can't be excited. I'm not saying it's bad. I've literally just had a whole rant about there's really something to be said for not being critical and just turning off your brain and just being excited for something because it exists at all. And I think that's a boat that a lot of Spyro 4 hypers are in. You know? So I'm not shitting on that. I'm like, actually, I'm right there with you. CW Poke, you may not want to hear this, but I'm actually just like you. I'm actually excited for Spyro 4, and I'm gonna play it whether it's good or bad. I'm just providing my criticism because I want to see it be the best it can be. It's not to say that you like have to agree with me or that you can't be hyped as well. I'm hyped. I may not seem like it because you know, because being excited about something and being critical about something, they seem like they seem like at odds with each other. But that's just the interesting thing about the situation, is that like I feel both ways. So hopefully you can see that perspective, because I can definitely see your perspective as well. Yeah, I feel like we've found a middle ground. I thought the flight gameplay looked exactly like Dawn of the Dragon. I mean, I literally put Dawn of the Dragon gameplay like right fucking there. You know, it's like this looks kind of. I don't mean to say this looks the same. I mean to say this looks exactly the same. Like they might have just straight up just taken that flight engine from Dawn of the Dragon. I hope not. The other thing I'm saying is like all the cynical things I'm saying about the trailer, I'm hoping that they're not true, you know? I'm hoping that like as the fucking new information comes out, that all these cynical kind of senses that I'm getting about it, about the art style being like uninspired, lazy, the flight, you know, a lot of people kind of concerned about like it being like flight mechanic focused and all this. I hope that's like that they show us something new that changes that, and I'm sure they will, you know. But at first impressions are not looking great. I can't just act like that's not the case. I can't act like the first impression is good here just because it's Spyro 4. I'm hyped that it's Spyro 4, but it's not a great first impression to me. But that's okay, because, you know, I'm still excited. You can tell the gameplay's built on the first 8 seconds. I don't know. I mean, hopefully there's more to it than that. Well, thank you, Skin Beeble. I think me, like, being critical about the artwork is, like, something that people just don't really talk about with Toys for Bob's direction with the Spyro series. Like, the art style is just, I'm not a fan of it. And that's okay if you guys are. I know a lot of you guys are. but I'm not. And there are, I feel like I'm getting a lot of people that are like, yes, like Deo, you're saying what I've been feeling just on the art style. Like, you're saying what I'm feeling about it being like whatever soul, or playing it safe. A lot of people are saying, well, maybe it's not soulless, maybe it's not like AI, maybe that's like too extreme, but they're at least playing it safe, you know? And it's like, they could do so much more than that, you know? Don't you want Spyro to be so much more than that? Like, to like take him in a new direction and to make him like its own unique identity instead of just doing this like putting him in this box of like, all right, we got to please every part of the Spyro fandom and just make him look like as inoffensive as possible. That's what I mean by corporate slop, is they make it look inoffensive to everybody. And in doing that, it becomes like a boring sort of aesthetic. You guys are free to disagree with me on that, by the way. It's just my opinion. But it's an opinion that like not a lot of people have said, and I think a lot of people have echoed in my comments. It's just worth acknowledging. I mean, it's not saying you have to agree. I feel like I'm bringing like kind of a fresh viewpoint to this whole thing, you know? My favorite thing about Reignited Trilogy's art style is the environment design. The detail they put into the environments and the grass, you know, when the grass catches fire and then you look off and the skyboxes are dynamic. That's my favorite part about Reignited Arts. And of course, that's not something we got like much of a look at in the first trailer here. It was all just pre-rendered, you know, CGI or whatever you want to call it stuff. So it's not really much to go off of, to be fair. So I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm just giving my opinion on what we have, what we've been given. They rushed to the trailer. It did feel like a pretty rushed trailer, honestly. It felt like that trailer, it felt like they've barely started the game, honestly. I prefer the feel of the originals compared to Reignited. I will give it up that like with Reignited, the actual Spyro movement, like when you're controlling Spyro on the ground, is very tight and very fluid and does a few things even better than the originals. Like turning is a good example of that. But of course, naturally, I prefer the original games because those are the ones I grew up with and the ones that I speedrun and play, the ones I'm more attuned to. But I will definitely acknowledge that Reignited does some things mechanically like really well. It does the flight mechanics fucking terribly. But the actual Spyro movement, I would say, for a lot of players is probably an upgrade from the originals. For me, it's not because I'm biased, but I think for a lot of people, it totally is, and I can see it. You know, I can see it and I can respect it. That was like one element of Reignited that was like, you could tell they wanted to be true to the fans, you know? And so you gotta give it up. I gotta give it up to them for that. But I don't feel the same way about a new game. Like a new game has to do that same thing. That's the disconnect here. And they're still kind of parroting this like, okay, we want to stay true to the fans and but take a creative risk. And I keep saying this over and over, but it's like you can't have it both ways. You can't like create something that we're already used to and is familiar and is safe, and also take a risk and do something different. I mean, they can try, but it's just gonna like be a more muted version of both of those things instead of being a good version of one or the other. And that's absolutely the vibe I was getting. Am I not like exactly saying what they were saying in the interviews and the trailers and stuff? Like, and then like how much of what they're saying in these interviews is just PR speak, you know, just tons of they'll just say whatever we want to hear, and then the game is gonna be what the game is gonna be. Because that happens all the time with these types. And this is again why I'm not a fan of like these gaming presentations and stuff, because like this, or what I call like the gaming hype machine. Because it's like, look at any game, like the pre-release interviews, and then look at the game itself, and it's like two totally different things being described, you know? So is that what's happening here? Are these interviews not really anything reliable to go off of? Because if history is any indication, that's probably the case. You can't do both good. I hope I'm wrong about that. Like, honestly, Tulu, like, if there's a world where they can like be true to the original games and like really take creative risks and make it a different, unique experience, like all at the same time, like that would be pretty fucking amazing. I don't think that's what's gonna happen, but if that is what happens, then, you know, I'll definitely give it up. Like, that I am not expecting that to be the case, but it could you know, to what you're saying, like it could happen. It could just be like, it could just please everybody and be pushing, like breaking new ground. But I still kind of stand on like, you can't just, it's spreading yourself thin to try to like cover so many bases like that. I'd rather a game try to do one of those things well. Yeah, so the AI slop comment, like, a lot of people have taken offense to that. Like, the way I'm saying it is that it, like, reminds me of, like, AI 3D modeling. Like, I should have, like, put some pictures on the video to, like, give you an idea. But it's not to say that it is AI or that the artists are bad or that, you know, it's no, like, personal. When we start talking about AI art, it becomes very personal with artists, you know? So, like, I'm not trying to say, like, this is a personal attack against the artist. It just reminds me of, like, when you watch, like, an AI Pixar-inspired, you know, reel with, like, fucking misspelled subtitles. Like, that's what those little animals in the beginning reminded me of. Is that harsh? Maybe. You know, so if you want to use like less harsh language to describe what I'm saying, you can say they're playing it safe. They're playing it safe with the art style. It's very vanilla or like very like typical conventional fantasy art style, you know, which is what AI trains off of, you know, right? When you say to AI, put a fantasy thing in there, they're going to, in my mind, they're going to give you something similar to like what you were seeing in that trailer. Now, you may disagree with that, but that's just my artistic opinion. And again, it's not a personal attack against the art, like, oh, AI is, like, artists are bad if they look like AI or vice versa. It's not meant to be like a personal, like, emotionally charged thing. It's just, I'm just saying, like, that's what it reminds me of. Not saying it is that or anything, you know? Yeah, I mean, I'm confident that, well, maybe confident's a strong word, but I'm pretty sure that, that Toys for Bob isn't using AI, like, to create stuff. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but, like, they seem to be, like, in tune with, like, with wanting to, like, make artistic decisions from scratch, you know, I'll say that. You know, there's real people behind, you know, the people making this game. There's real faces here, you know. This isn't just like some faceless, like, sub branch of Bethesda, you know, just cranking out bullshit, you know. These are real people making this game, you know. I'm not trying to say that they're not, you know. So yeah, I probably could have been a lot, I could have done well to not use the term AI to describe the art style, because it's probably not. I mean, it's most likely not AI. You know, that's just like a misnomer, right? I'm just saying it looks like that to me. It's not like an accusation, you know, against the artist or anything. Yeah, derivative. There we go. Yeah, it's like derivative of like AI or whatever, you know. But, you know, the whole thing about it is because AI is such, like, especially AI art is such an emotionally charged topic, the fact that I even brought it up, I think it kind of muddied the entire point I was trying to make, which is that I'm not a fan of the art style. It's boring. It's vanilla. I would have rather just not used the word AI if people were going to make it all about the fact that I said the word AI, you know what I mean? I'm searching for words to describe why it doesn't do anything for me. you know? So hopefully you guys can understand me on that. And sorry, like genuinely sorry if I offended any artists here by comparing the trailer to AI when you know, I don't know that it is or isn't, you know? I thought it was clear that I wasn't saying it is AI, it just looks like AI. But even that is enough to like really upset people I've seen. So, you know, my bad. Unnecessarily harsh? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's kind of an interesting question. It's like, what tone should I present these criticisms in? Should I try to like dance around shit and be like, oh, well, you know, Toys for Bob is trying their best, but you know, I just think the art style just could use a little bit of tweaking. Or should I just say like what I'm feeling, which is like this art style does nothing for me and bores me and reminds me of AI? Like, which approach do you think is better to take, honestly? I think some might say one over the other. Presented as an improvised rap. That's funny. Like, I know they're trying their best, you know? Like, I think I made it pretty clear in the video, I want to see the game be good, you know? I'm not presenting these criticisms to shit on Toys for Bob or to shit on anybody. It's just that nobody is saying any of these things. And I think it's important that someone gets that out there, you know? Like, this is clearly not a perfect product or anything. And in fact, it has a lot of the rumblings of over-promising and under-delivering. And for like none of us to acknowledge that, I think that's like a missed opportunity in terms of the timing of all this, you know? It is harsh, you know? I mean, I'll give it up. It's like, my video is a little harsh. But, and I'm not usually like a harsh, like, hater of things like that. You know, at least in like video opinion form. But I felt like as a Spyro fan, I felt like it was poignant to be a little harsh, you know? When in a sea of people being like, it's the best thing ever, it's finally here, Spyro for all, the fucking crying and stuff, you know? In a sea of like overhype, somebody needs to say like, somebody needs to say it, I guess, is kind of like what I'm saying. So maybe being a little harsh was kind of warranted, you could even say. But yeah, I mean, of course, if I'm offending anybody, you know, like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to upset people or anything. I'm just trying to get my thoughts out there and opinions, and respectfully, you know, in a respectable way. You think the trailer is AI art assisted? I don't know. I'm not gonna say one way or the other. I'm gonna assume the best of Toys for Bob and assume that it's not. But if it is, that would be fucking really hilarious for this entire conversation. Yeah, I mean, art is very dude, like someone said in the chat before it zipped down, but yeah, art styles are very subjective. So like what I think, even if we have similar sentiments, but like the way I'm wording it is like more harsh than how you guys would word it, or maybe some of you guys just would disagree entirely with my take on the art style. I think overall there's an overarching sentiment about like we can do, like, they can do better here, you know, like this shouldn't be like the final form, like artistically, for Spyro, you know. And I'm glad to have at least gotten that sentiment out there, even if the exact words, you know, the exact, you know, way you do. It's hard to describe art, you know, with words. You can never really get to the center of it. So I'm glad I at least like touched a nerve with the community that like a lot of people in so many words do agree with, even if not as harshly as me. You know, they can see what I'm saying, and you know, look at this new game with a critical eye instead of just blindly consuming whatever is like given to them, you know. So yeah, I'm glad I made that video, even for as harsh as I was or whatever. I think I'm happy with how it all came out and the reception and everything. It's just a video. It's just a little 10-minute video that everyone's gonna forget about in a day anyway, so who cares? The new game looks pretty much the same as Reignited. I would say it looks pretty similar. You know, obviously it's not the exact same. They've changed around Spyro's model a little bit. We still haven't seen much of like the actual environment beyond that little 8-second gameplay clip, but like nothing too close. Like it's all like blurry, like fast flying, so you can't really make out the details like in Reignited. But I will say it is very similar to Reignited. Like a lot of the discussion we've been having today around it has been also like in relation to Reignited, you know, just Toys for Bob's like artistic vision for like a modern Spyro game. Like Reignited and this new game seem very similar in that regard, if not the same. Sparks was not in the trailer, which is a funny point. Why are people complaining so much? I don't think anyone's really complaining that much. If anything, I'm the one that's complaining. Like, I've seen very few videos, like, saying that, you know, being as critical as me. Maybe you'll see some bitches on Reddit, but I think for the most part, people are just like, yo, Spyro 4 hype, this is gonna be amazing. With, like, some hints of, like, healthy skepticism, like, around that. Which is similar to what my video is. So I wouldn't really call it, like, complaining. I mean, if you want to call it complaining, but I think, like, there's some really healthy skepticism around the new game. And that should be acknowledged. It's got to be acknowledged. Because we want it to be good. It's not to shit on the devs or anyone who's hyped. It's just like we want the game to be good. Because we're hyped too. And we like Spyro, you know? They're talking all this big game in the interviews about how they're listening to the fans and they want to do right by the fans. This is our chance to speak up and say what we want, what we don't like. What we like and don't like, you know? So, like, it gives them, like, a better direction, I feel like, to be critical in this way. You know? Whether they take any of our thoughts or advice or criticism or not, it'll surely, you know, be in the back of their heads as they're developing the game, you know? You demand a waifu? Yeah, dude, why was there no waifu in the trailer? We need, like, Elora 2.0. We need goth Elora. Like, you know what I mean? When we say some of these things, it's like, it's jokes, right? But imagine if they actually did something like that in the trailer. That would change the entire reception. Like, if they put, like, some hot-ass, like, fawn girl in the trailer, dude, the fandom would go crazy, bro. Like, do you guys see how, like, it could have been, like, such a crazy reveal? Or, like, if they were like, I bet you were wondering where I was, and then Sparks shows up, and then it's like, he's dead. You know? Just like a fucking truth nuke or something. Like, that's how you reveal a game, you know, and make it clear that you're, you know, making a creative change, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, like, really fucking surprise the audience with something. That's why I have such a problem with the whole, like, playing it safe. Is like, I feel like this reveal could have been so sick. Maybe I'm just thinking too far out of the box here, but, like, I'm just saying, like, any one of these things would have been insane. Like, way better than what we got, you know? Just my opinion. Guinness Buddha, thank you for the $5. A fly on the wall Canadian guy is at his house. Be a fly like outside of his stream room, like with his wife and kid, like kids don't listen. They're like all shaking and like scared, and he's like, "Let's fucking go! Yes, I've been waiting so long." And they're like outside. They're like, "We haven't eaten in days." Like son, don't listen. He's achieving his final form. Maybe today we'll get something better than rock soup. Gem soup. Wow, KH4 trailer. I didn't know about that. Does it look good? What are your thoughts, Spore? I haven't watched it yet. Should we watch it? I'm like not paying attention to this game at all. I'm like learning nothing right now. I'm just running around. Of course, Maria. I mean, that's what everyone's been saying with all this like critical talk is like, just wait. Don't have an opinion until more stuff comes out. I have an opinion. And I realize that, you know, more stuff will come out and change my opinion. You know, like if that disclaimer needs to be made, then there you go, you know. There's bits of gameplay. It's not that interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how they could really make Kingdom Hearts like look that much more. I mean, it's already like such like an over-the-top, like, you know, talk about a stylized game, you know, like just really over-the-top fighting and battle mechanics. Are like, it's been that way since KH2, you know. So like, I don't really know what new they could bring to the table there. He has 4 kids. I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. It really goes to show a difference in attitude about content creation. I remember I had a, between me and him, is that I remember, I did an interview with him like a long time ago, and he like talked to me about his YouTube channel. Like he did the classic YouTuber thing of like I'm trying to build an empire, you know. I'm trying to build something that will feed my kids after I'm gone. And I'm like, and I'm over here like I'm just trying to just chill and just do some runs and just get by, you know, every month, maybe save a little money for my retirement, maybe, like. It's like, I don't really have such a grand vision as you. I remember just being so like flabbergasted by his grand vision of thing. And by the way, it's not to make fun of him. It's like a lot of YouTubers are like that. A lot of YouTubers are like, I want my YouTube channel to be generational, you know, and just every video is just like a major hit, and I'm raking in the money, Mr. Beast style, you know. And that really does have an effect on the content, you know, that attitude. It really does. Because for me, I don't make a new video until I feel like I want to make one, you know. If that takes a few months, and then randomly for a couple days I make a video, then there you go. And if I want to stream something that, you know, maybe not everyone gives a fuck about, like Oblivion, then I'm free to explore that. I don't have to, like, feed a bunch of children. I don't have any responsibilities. Like, I'll be fine. Like, you guys, you know, keep me going. Like, so it's just such a different outlook, like, where it's like, it's very weird to be like a digital nomad that, like, values humility and, like, not wanting to be, like, the king of views or something, you know? But I guess you could also say, like, this kind of cope. You could also just say what I'm saying is a cope for not being more popular. Because I'm sure if I did, like, have, like, a channel like Canadian Guys A's, you know, or was in his position, I'd be more like him. Perhaps. So who knows? But, you know, it's just funny. The like, the difference in scale of, like, our vision and dream for our content and our channels is just fucking hilarious. And by the way, it's not to make fun of him, by the way. Because there's really a lot I could learn from that attitude and vice versa, you know? Yeah, no, absolutely, Buzz, absolutely. Yeah, a big reason why I can be as, like, lackadaisical as a lazy as a content creator as I am is that it's just like, I don't have kids I have to feed. I have a girlfriend who also has a job, you know? It's like, we're not really struggling to, like, do anything. For me, my biggest struggle is whether I can save money that month or not, you know? Like, what a blessed place to be in life, you know? But in being in this place, I do give up that, like, deeper fulfillment of, like, having a kid or whatever, having more responsibilities like that. So, you know, there's a give and take with all that. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the dads in the chat are like, yeah, I miss those days. Well, you know what they say, the grass is always greener on the other side. Thoughts on KH4? Dude, Spora just brought it to my attention. You guys want to watch the trailer? I haven't even watched it yet. I never played KH3, but since more than one person's asked about it, I'll just look it up. KH4 trailer. One sec. My video gonna get copyrighted for watching this? I'm gonna leave it on mute. Damn. Dark side looking fucking. Damn, hey, they give him wings? Fucking Organization 13. Damn, who's that? Damn, who's that? Damn, who's that? It reminds me of, it gives me like Persona vibes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is very much like Persona. Where it's like modern city, but like with magical, like fucking bullshit superpowers. What's up, my Davis? Yeah, at least this shit actually looks like gameplay. I mean, that's cool. Wait, 4. Oh, okay. I was like, why is there only 3? It's like they made it a V at the bottom. Stupid. Everyone knows the correct Roman numeral for 4 is just 4-letter I's. Dude, the Spyro trailer has almost 8 million views. That's pretty crazy. Let's see, you guys want to read the comments? I'm gonna put a comment here. There we go. I missed my chance to get like top comment there. The first fully original Spyro game. Fully original since Dawn of the Dragon, so nothing to make it. Like when I was scrolling through these comments like before, it was just a lot of just like people are just excited that it exists. Like no one's actually commenting on the trailer, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's probably the point of a trailer like this, is just to get people hyped, right? So it makes sense. It's just, that's basically what it is. Yeah, okay, these comments, dude, I literally said this exact comment earlier. I used to play this game with my dad. Like, this is such a, like, this guy cannot overstate. I cannot overstate how common of a comment this is. On my video, on anyone who makes Spyro videos or anything like that, you will get, like, somebody on any video you make being like, dude, I remember when I used to play this game with my fucking uncle's dog sister's boyfriend. And it's like, it's really wholesome for starters. Like, it's a beautiful thing. I love getting comments like that. But it also is kind of like, man, it's one of those like, simulation shattering things where like we really, what's the meme is like nobody has like a unique experience. Like everybody like has this experience of like, I used to play this game with my brother, I used to play this game with my dad. They make like a long comment, like sort of just like reminiscing. This is like the classic like Spyro video comment right here. The classic. And they're the best, by the way. These are some of the best. How long is this? These are some of the best comments. It's just reminiscing. This guy's complaining about a Canadian guy A. A little argument in the comments there. Dude, I want to see. Can we watch Canadian guy A's reaction? Like, this is the best shit ever.
World premiere.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was really loud.
World premiere, come on. No,
CGE in the bottom right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Come on!
Come on, no,
Come on!
come on, come on.
Let's go!
Come on, come on.
Yes!
Come on.
This looks like Spyro! I think! I don't know, it's hard to tell!
Activision presents.
This could be Spyro! It's generic fantasy! Or this could be Spyro!
Oh,
Pause!
come on! A new evil rises.
I think he knows already what that it is.
And she jumps. Yeah!
His face, dude. His
Yes! 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 Let's go! Let's go!
This is me after I get a world record, by the way. This is like Canadian guy A's version of getting world record.
You hold on! Hold that line! You hold it! Spyro, a realm beyond
Yes!
gameplay! Oh my gosh! Look at it! Look at it!
So awesome.
I told you!
I told you. That was from the bottom of his soul. That I told you. He's like, I told you. I might have been wrong like multiple times, but I was eventually right once. So that makes up for it. Dude, me too, Guinness. Me too. Like, I'm like watching, but I'm not laughing at him. I'm like laughing. I'm laughing with him, really. It's like, it's such a beautiful thing. This is unironically like one of the most wholesome things I've ever seen. And it rivals, like, you know, to me, like long speedrun grinds paying off in a big PB. It's like the same thing. This is like Canadian guy A's version of that. It's just, it's like really beautiful to see. You can't help but crack a smile watching this. Not laughing at him, but just being like, it's like the infectious, his happiness is infectious.
Oh, we did it! Chad, we did it! We did it! Oh my god! Literally sobbing.
By the way, the fucking trailer is over. The trailer is over already.
Did it!
He's just popping off.
Oh, donation.
What you do that for?
That's pretty funny. That is fucking so funny, dude. That one, that's like a top 5 like Spyro reaction right there. It's so funny. Alright, let's scroll down to the comments, shall we? Dude, this is the funny thing, is fucking Spyro himself and like Toys for Bob are always glazing this dude. Like, if you go on his Twitter, it's nothing but like him like being like, oh no, you Toys for Bob, oh no, yet never lose hope. We always believed. It's like, meanwhile on my Twitter, they're like, we don't know this guy. We don't know this guy. Yeah, Canadian guy A and the community manager for the Spyro accounts on Twitter, making out in the back rooms, and there's a love affair going on there. Dude, I agree with that, Megan. I agree. People who are always angry really should do that. And hopefully, like, and that's, I was really trying not to put that vibe out there when I made my video being critical, because this is really what it's all about. It's just like being like Canadian guy A, just losing your mind for the Spyro 4 trailer, you know? That's what it's all about, you know, whether the game's good or not, you know? That's like gonna be the memory that like I keep with me about this review. People owe him an apology. I'm sorry. I should leave a comment. I'm sorry. All right. Well, not much to see in these comments. Dude, Miharu's reaction. Oh my god. I was seriously considering like just posting a reaction, but then I realized my reaction was so cynical. My reaction was like, what? This is the new Spyro trailer? All right. I was like playing Oblivion. I was like, who's bothering me with this? And then I was watching and I was like, and then they showed Spyro. I was like, what did they do to my boy? This looks like shit. Meanwhile, every other Spyro YouTuber's like, this is the second coming of Christ.
New villain! New villain!
Let's go, Miharu.
Oh my god! Oh my god, it's a new villain!
It's a new villain.
Oh my god! Oh, look at him!
Dude, it's so wholesome. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. It's so wholesome. So wholesome. So yeah. I love it. I love it. This is the best part of the reveal. Is everyone just being like fucking losing their mind. GG's. Oh, crowd reaction. Yo, crowd reaction from the Summer Game Fest crowd. This is interesting. Let me see this. Oh, this is like someone filming it from the crowd.
Yes, yes, yes!
Of course, all we're gonna be able to hear is the camera guy.
It has to be. No, but
I'm just curious if the whole audience like erupts in cheers or not. The video is trash, odd to complain about. Yeah, I'll answer you in a sec. Are we getting some claps? Claps. It's good. People are happy. No, people are like losing their mind, but it's dope. My video is trash because it's not nostalgic enough. That's not what I said. Because it's a new game. No. Rage baiting for views. Your comment sounds like rage baiting, honestly. It sounds like you didn't really watch the video. So if you want to like respond to anything I said in the video, like feel free to, you know, post another message, but since it sounds like trolling, I'm not going to respond any further. Oh, okay, I'll see the first comment, my bad. Odd to complain about the world building of a teaser trailer. Oh, okay, I guess we can talk about that. Yeah, I mean, it looked very bland, the world. But I'll give you credit that like maybe there's a lot more to it than that, than like what we saw. I mean, you know, yeah, I'll give you that. Anything else? The whole rage baiting for views thing, I don't think that wasn't my goal. I feel like I was presenting like a pretty level-headed opinion, like about having cautious skeptical hype about the game. While also sharing some criticism about the art style, the world building, as you said. You know, obviously you're right. It is early for me to judge any of this stuff, and I could be wrong about it. So you're right in that sense. But I'm also like right to share my opinion, you know, just based off of what we have. So, you know, neither one of us are wrong in that regard. Anyone else? Anyone else want to like counterpoint or anything? Feel free. Story might go Legend of Spyro direction. Maybe, maybe. Counterpoint, balls. Yeah, no, it seems like a lot of like the criticism of my video is just like I'm not just glazing it, you know, I'm not just glazing the trailer, and also that I'm assuming things that we don't know. This is like, I think this is a fair criticism of my criticism, is that like I'm assuming things that I don't know to be true yet, you know, I'm only going off what I see in the trailer. So yeah, the trailer really did not instill inspiration in me, and I just felt the need to share that. It's not to say I'm not hyped or that you shouldn't be hyped. I'm very excited for the new game to come out. So, yeah. I don't believe that we should, like all just pretend like everything's perfect and, like, just be like, okay, the new game's coming out, so don't be critical of it. Don't be critical of, like, the fucking corporate slop trailer that has 8 seconds of, like, uninspired gameplay and, like, a bunch of CGI, like, Pixar copycat art, basically. Like, that's my opinion of it, you know? It's, and also, since that's what they're showing us, it lends itself to being a world that doesn't have a lot of like we were talking about world building earlier. That's why I made that point, is that it's like versus the fantasy art style we got, like there could be like more of like a whole world building kind of concept going on, and it just doesn't feel like that's what's there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to be wrong about these. All my criticisms, I would like to be wrong about. Yeah, that Rick guy disappeared instantly. Rick left an angry message and left, I think. But yeah, I mean, like, my hope is that there's, like, a minority of people that just think that I'm, like, a fucking asshole that's just shitting on nice things. And I think that's the case. Because I knew I was going to get a few Ricks, you know, in my comments. Talking about, like, you shouldn't be critical. You're a dumbass, Deo, you know, whatever. And it's you can tell that these people are just blindly excited for the game without really putting any deeper thought. So if they see someone being critical, that's like, in their mind, I have like some ulterior motive there, you know? But the funny irony is that I'm like them, you know? I'm hyped for the game and I want to see it be good. That's like the funny irony that they don't see. By the way, if Rick's still here, I can show you how much money I made from that video. It's like nothing. It's a 10-minute video that got like, what, 5,000-6,000 views? That's like what, like a couple dollars? Like, if you think I'm like motivated by money by that video, I mean, like, I could show you the profits if you'd like. Thank you, Sarah. How you doing today? Bald streamers unite. What up, dude? Hey. You and I both. And I'm definitely in agreement that, like, I'm not trying to, like, just cause, like, a shit, like, what am I trying to say? I'm not trying to just, like, everyone just start shitting on the new game now. It's gonna suck. Like, and just be doomer about it. I like, let's keep a positive attitude about it, is my attitude. Like, I want it to be good, and that's why I'm being critical. But let's also be excited, because, like, it's a new Spyro game, and even if it isn't, like, even if it doesn't meet my expectations or whatever, like, it'll still be fun, you know? So, holding both of those sentiments, like up without valuing one more than the other is a careful balancing act for me with this last, with a critical video like that. Because I do genuinely feel both. I'm excited. I'm just like you guys. And anyone who's, like, leaving a comment like, Dale, you're just a fucking hater, you know? It's like they're missing that. They're missing that I'm just like them. What's up, Tudang? Oh, we've just been talking about Spyro 4 all day today. I've gone off the rails with this practice. What level did I leave off on? Check the cheat sheet. I left off on, oh, right before Hurricos. Yeah, let's go there. L1 down. But I think this is, like, some really interesting, you know, as long as we keep it, like, civil, I think there's, like, a lot of really interesting, visions, like especially while it's so early and we don't know what it's going to look like really that well. I think we're getting a lot of interesting takes in the chat of like what the game could be, where it might fall short. You know, these are all like very valuable like opinions, I think, especially at this point in the game's development. So yeah, I'm definitely not trying to be like, you know, negative Nancy at all about it. How do I do this? L1 down. Oh wait, I did the wrong. I was supposed to activate the power-ups. Good, Megan. Like, I think you made your point clear. I think who the other person, Whoa Mojo, like it's okay if you guys disagree on whether the art looks like AI or whether it is AI or not. Like, I don't know for a fact one way or the other, so I'm not gonna like defend either one of you guys' outlook. You know what I mean? So it's like let's just drop it. You know, it's not a big deal one way or the other. You don't have to defend the honor of people that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be okay. Like, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. Like, I'm assuming it's not AI. I just said it looks like AI, you know? That one person you're arguing with is saying, oh, it is AI, but like, you know, no one knows, right? Like, I don't fucking know. If you want to go on like an investigative journalism journey to prove that it's not AI, go ahead, you know, but like, we don't need to, you know, get in the weeds just speculatively in the chat, you know? All right, yeah, absolutely, Spora. I mean, I think you're totally accurate about that. I've tried to make it clear in my video that I'm excited for the new game too, you know? Dude, you guys want to read the comments on my video? We could do that. I haven't checked them like all day. They're mostly pretty agreeable, you know? Like, I feel like I didn't like present it like, fuck this game. Yeah, you want to see that? Anyone else? Yeah, like, I think just blindly just being like, all right, this is gonna be great and don't be critical, I think that's like worse than like hating on someone for being critical, you know what I'm saying? Like, why just toxic positivity? Like, this game is clearly early in development. It deserves to have some constructive criticism here. And you know, I did that the best way I could in my, maybe I could have done it better, but like, maybe I was a little too harsh or something, but I'm excited. Like, I made it pretty clear that I'm excited for the game and I'm gonna play it, you know? So I'm not really sure, like... I had a feeling, that I'd get a few toxic comments, and I, you know, and I did, and it's fine, you know? But I want to reiterate, I think the majority of the reception to my video has been pretty level-headed, and like, people are seeing where I'm coming from, and, you know, maybe even sharing to different degrees what I'm feeling. So I'm glad I got it out there, even if there is a couple of like people that are like upset with me, you know. I think the majority of the reception has been pretty positive. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. Yeah, do you think my Megan? I got a question for you. Do you think my chat is a breeding ground for like a negative, let's say toxic negativity around Spyro 4? Like, all this discussion about like how it could be bad is like doing more harm than good. Let me know your thoughts on that. I'm getting the sense that that's what you're feeling. And if anybody else is feeling that, like, let me know. We've certainly harped on, you know, on these criticisms of the new game and the trailer a bunch today, so if it's time to move on and just like, and we're just harping on shit, like, you know, like, let me know in the chat. Like, if you want me to shut the fuck up about all this stuff, like, let me know. All right. I just relearned the game, man. Okay, I have to turn on the power-ups. Cheats. Fireball, range, swim, climb, head bash, power-ups off. See, that's what the thing is. You don't want to. You need to turn on the power-ups, but not the power-ups. What's up, TK? Doing good. Oh, Oh, so in other words, no, like it's all good. You guys are saying, Megan and everybody, it's all good. Yeah, I'm not trying to have my chat be like a, you know, like if you're a hater of the new game, come to my chat and we'll all hate on it together. You know, it's not like that. But, you know, naturally, you know, with the video I made, people are probably gonna think that. And that's okay, you know. Again, I think it's a minority of people who feel this way. Like, all this shit we're talking about, like, toxic positivity, toxic negativity. You know, this is like a minority of people who just, like, aren't listening to, like, what I'm saying or anything, you know? So it's like, I don't think it's worth, like, really giving much thought, personally. Like, I think the discussion we're having here is pretty respectable, you know, and, you know, is hype. I think we are hyped for Spyro 4. You know? I think it's pretty mature overall. Oh god. Anyone smoke weed? Yeah, I do. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like why, like, this whole dynamic is, I think, a big reason why creators are, like, afraid to give, like, a critical take on something that everyone's excited for. Is because it, like, turns into, like, oh, okay, well, here's the token hater of the thing. And then, like, the whole discussion just comes around, like, about, like, oh, why do we hate this, and why is it gonna be bad, you know? Hey, babe.
I'm bringing keyboard.
When really, that's not at all my goal. Oh, God.
Are you just practicing?
Yeah.
Everybody who doesn't normally get to see Cookie, this is our dad. She really wanted more chicken salad. She couldn't have more chicken salad.
Yeah, isn't that cute? Where'd it go? Hey, rainbow.
But with the real chat that's taking place, what's the real chat?
Oh, we're just talking about the cookie chat.
Hi, Abungus.
You don't want to affect the sales of Spyro 4? I don't think you will. I look like I smoke weed. Who, me? Yeah, I do. I actually haven't smoked in a few days, though.
It's hard to get it here. We don't have a guy.
Yeah, Slime. I think most people are, like, kind of on that same wavelength as what Slime said here. Like, criticism's warranted, happy there's a new game, don't like the direction, feel the same about others, you know, other similar games, like, yeah.
You just got back from war. Guys, look at Peep's tummy. That's some good quality.
Look at this
tummy.
fucking cat, she's so cute.
Look at the tummy.
Oh, you're good, Megan, don't worry, no, we're chilling. It was a good chance for me to kind of, like, read the room as well and be like, hey, am I just, like, harboring, like, hatred here or something, you know? Always good to, like, check yourself, like, in my case, so.
Cookie will restore good vibes.
Yeah, we love Cookie.
Right.
Masses will eat shit and glaze it for a week and then next product and move on. I mean, it's not, like, that doomer to me, but, like, I mean, if you want to be a doomer, you can look at it that way, I suppose.
She actually is pretty chill. She hated being picked up when we very first got her. And then I just kept doing it, and she was like, oh, this actually isn't that bad.
Oh, you know, I have actually, Finsane, I've not, I probably butchered that name. Finsane?
Finsane?
Finsane in the membrane. No, I have not done a medium collectible shuffler. I was thinking when I was doing the collectible shuffler, like, oh, I'll come back and do this at different difficulties and different seeds. I never ended up doing that. I don't know, maybe one day I'll sub-goal that. I'm not against doing that in the future. Yeah, the shuffler it's actually like a random seed generator. Like, you know, like you ever play a randomizer, it like randomizes a seed where it puts all the collectibles in like a randomized position, but it's all like tied to a seed, like one of many tens of thousands of seeds.
Yeah, I'm smart.
So that's how it works. And so you can set the seed to be different difficulties. Like you can generate the seed from different difficulty modifiers. And that's why in my collectible shuffler video where that's why all the gems were like really, there's like a bunch of gems in like one area at a time, because I made it so that instead of waiting like an easy or medium difficulty like seed generation, I made the entire weight hard difficulty spots. So the game only selected from hard difficulty spots to place the gems, and you know didn't like, you know, put them in other places to make it more like evenly distributed, because it was like the hard mod. So I only chose like hard weighted seeds, which basically put all the gems in like similar places.
She was falling asleep for a second.
But yeah, it's a really interesting, like it's very much like a randomizer or something what Pete made with that. And so I could definitely go back and like play it again. Point being, like what the question is, I could definitely go back and play it with like a different seed, like a medium seed, and just see if I can get through it in like one sitting, 120% or whatever. Like that would be cool. So I might sub goal that in the future.
Cookie's watching you play. She's very interested.
Yeah, she likes Spyro.
She likes things that move on the TV. She just sighed. My poor little freeloader. She's gonna give you a kiss. I'm gonna let her go.
You don't like what he did to his horns? I heard more people like sort of complaining about the mohawk. You know how like in these games the mohawk is like really like stiff. In the trailer it's like very like, it's like a floppy I don't know. It's a very nitpicky thing, but.
Joe, Cookie might have to take not Spyro, have to take Cheddar's cat world record. I don't know.
What if I did races? Yeah, with like other players, maybe. I've never been like a big collaborator as like a speedrunner creator. So maybe like if Laura and I get like the same seed, like all working, we could do that. Or me and like another 120 player, like Jordy or something. Chances are I'm going to be too lazy to do anything like that. Too lazy and socially inept for that. I mean, that's just like the common. Excuse me. That's the common thing with like speedrunning, right? It's like whatever speedrunning goal you have, it's like, well, what if we did it as a race? You know, it's like that's like the go-to speedrunner thing. So, you know, naturally I've done a lot of races of different things in my life. And as I mentioned, I'm kind of lazy to be on that kind of collaborative boat. Yeah, I'm socially unobliged. That's a great way to put it. I'm not socially anxious. I'm not like scared to do these things with other people. I'm just like, I just don't feel obliged to. Like, I don't feel like doing the extra energy to like coordinate with someone else and like, okay, we're doing it this day, this time. You know, have Discord up, you know, maybe hop in a call, check their stream. It's like more work. It's like just the same task, but like more work for me. But for people that like that side of speedrunning, you know, that's like totally cool. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Go this way. Really? No fucking way that missed. Okay, that actually was not that bad. It wasn't good, but it could have been worse, I guess. Gonna hit a miss. Did I like not light one of them up there? There we go. Hey, no. Where is he? Bro, where is he? Yeah, I definitely fucked this up. Must be like up here somewhere. Yeah, it's this guy. That you don't want that guy to be there. That's the whole point of this like routing. So you only have to visit each area, you know, like there's enough that you need. We got to the end of it. You're worried that Spyro 4 won't follow the original formula? I'm not worried about that. Like, I've noticed, like, a lot of people have echoed that opinion, that it's not going to be close enough to the original games, but, like, you know, we have reignited, right? Like, we have a remake of the original games. Like, why does the new game have to be like the original games is kind of like my question to that sentiment. I get it, like, that, you know, we like the original games and we want the next game to be good, but to me that doesn't mean it has to be like the originals. Yeah, I'm like actually on the opposite end of that spectrum. I hope it does something like really new, you know? Sparks is dead. Mic drop. Yeah, I think that's like a generally, like, if you were to like really generalize the sentiment across everybody, it's like that's one way of putting it, Master 106. Is people want like a new adventure that's similar to the originals, close to the originals, but I think it gets back to this discussion of like, I'm pretty sure people don't, and I'm like kind of in this boat as well, I don't think people really can agree what the new Spyro game should look like. Like, should it be really close to the originals? Should it be like, have platforming and all this like be the focus and the movement? Should it try to like, you know, as they say, like focus more on the flight or be like an open world game? Should it like take elements from other MMOs? Like, should it have RPG like elements? Shit like this, like I don't think it's really like, I don't think everyone can really agree on what that like final product should look like. Some would say it should look more like, I think some of the more vocal of us would say that it should look more like the originals. And then others of us are like, well, I mean, as long as it's good, that's all I care about, like whatever that means, right? So like, it's a tough thing to quantify, I think. Like what, you know, we're, and I think that's one thing where if you really want to like give me shit is like, I presented a lot of criticism for like the modern Spyro like game, you know, art style and mechanics and stuff, but I don't really have a lot of like alternatives, you know? And I think Toys for Bob is in that boat, you know, where it's like, they'd have to take like a really huge creative jump to like do something different. And I personally, like, I'm just gonna be honest, I don't really see that happening. I'd love to be wrong about that, but like, that's just my hunch. Like, I would like for them to take a huge creative risk and do something totally different. You know, even if that means straying away from the original formula of like, you know, charging and collecting gems and shit. But you know, they're gonna like stick to some degree of the original formula. You know, at least that's like my prediction. So yeah, it's just an interesting discussion. Like what would a different kind of new Spyro game look like? That really should have been more of a focal point in the video I made. It's like, since we can't, you know, really agree on like what a new game should look like leave your comment down below and like, what do you want to see, you know? Like, should it be like the original? Should it not? And if it's not, what would that look like, you know? That would have been like a really interesting, you know, like thumb on the minds of the community. Yeah, I'm glad I made I'm glad I commented a lot, both on stream and in the video, about like the current state of the game industry. Just like putting out really like nothing burger trailers just to garner like just hype, you know, mindless hype around shit. Like look, I'm a consumer just like everyone else. I'm hyped for Spyro 4. But like, I don't know, I feel like the point of a teaser trailer is to like give you something to go off of, give you like a little crumb of something that's like, and the crumb they gave us was like the flying, which is like, it's just weird. It's like a weird crumb to give us. It's like, yes, we know Spyro can fly. Like, what else, you know? Or like, oh, that he uses the campfire to fly up. groundbreaking stuff, you know? Like, that doesn't impress me. And I think a lot of other gamers as well would agree with that. Like, that's cool. That's like a cool, like, little mechanic, but like to make that the focus of the teaser trailer, the thing you want everyone to talk about, like it kind of, I don't know, it's sus. It points to a greater issue going on with the game, I think, where it's like, it's probably like very early on in development still, is my guess. And they are also in the same boat of us of like not really knowing what it's supposed to be. But that's just my hunch. I mean, I don't know if like any of that's accurate or not. I'm still excited either way. I want to reiterate for all my criticism and stuff. I'm hyped, dude. Like, I'm gonna play the fuck out of the new game. Yeah, it always comes back to, oh, it's too early to say, you know. It always comes back to that, of course. Yeah, like none of the stuff I'm saying is like definitive, you know. But I'm glad I got those opinions and thoughts out there. A, because they are like they went against the norm of like the consumer gamer hype machine. But then also because like once more information does come out, I can look back at that video and be like, I was right about this, I was wrong about that, I was, you know. So I'm definitely planning on doing that, you know. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people are saying, Devil. Like, you know, and I think people are assuming that I'm just writing the game off already, you know. But like, I'm very much like in the same boat as you guys, like waiting and seeing, you know. That might have been one like bad tonal thing about my videos. I like kind of presented these things like I knew what was gonna happen, but really like I don't, you know. Want to see a new PS1 game? Yeah, like literally, that's kind of a funny like thought, is that it's like if they want to really make the PS1 game fans hyped, why not just like make a fucking indie PS1 game? Like make a game that can run on a PS1. Like sure, it's not gonna get like millions of sales or anything, but like if you really want to please that part of the fan base, we would eat that up, dude. Like PS1 homebrewing is like not really a thing. Is that a thing? Do people do that? I know people do that with like N64 games. You're fatigued by it? Yeah. I mean, I would say a better word for me is like I'm just disillusioned by the way video games are presented to us. I just don't trust any of it, really. Trying to pander to people that have been playing since the original trilogy. Yeah, I think they're trying to pander to everybody who's a fan of the series. Not just the PS1 players, but like the fucking PS2, the fucking Skylanders, and these are like very different player bases and very kind of different games, you know? So to try to please all of us is like, it feels to me like a losing battle, and that's like what they've said so much in their interview. Now again, like all of these, you know, teaser trailer interviews, it's a lot of this, and like, you know, the final product may not reflect that, you know, ideology at all. So who knows? I mean, it's not a lot to, that's the problem. It's like you can't trust these interviews, you know. They're saying they're gonna pander to us, you know, to the fans, but like, are they really? And should they? You know? Like all valid questions. Yeah, dude, that's so true, Spora. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that was like a fucking reality I had to like slowly like come to with Reignited Trilogy. that like when Reignited was announced, I was like, dude, like that was like my first thought is like how is this game gonna meet my expectations? Because my expectations for Reignited when it was coming out was like, this better be as good as the original games or better, you know? And obviously that's like an unfair kind of standard to hold it to, even though it's like sensible for a remake, you know? But for a new game, like, you know, I think it's like extra, there's like that, an extra layer of like unnecessary to hold it to the standards of previous titles. You know, like you said, it's not the 1990s anymore, you know, like if they make a fun collectathon with like you know, 30 levels in it, that's like considered a pretty small game by today's standards. Or if they make like a big Spyro 3-esque game, you know, with like a bunch of like padded mini games and fucking extra characters you could play as, then a lot of that in my mind is seen as filler, you know, like that's not what I want. So like, yeah. It's very easy to say what you don't want. It's hard to really articulate what you do want with this whole discussion. That's what I've learned like over the last day or two with making this video and talking to, you know, chatters about it. And I think that like really is the great conundrum that Toys for Bob is facing. Like they have a lot of fan opinions about what they like and what they don't like, but they don't have a clear like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it just feels like they don't have a clear direction of like what a new Spyro game should be. Because it's like, it's hard even for us as fans to articulate that. Unless you hate everything. Well, you know, we are playing Spyro 2 here. You know, as Spyro, I gotta get into the mind of a Spyro 2 or 3 player. You know, and I gotta get in that mindset of just hating everything. I'm kidding. Let me get out of this level. I'm just fucking around. Your expectation for what you want is to not get what you want. So therefore, they're doing a good job so far. I like that. That's good. Like, unironically, that's good, like life advice. Or in less, like, ironic meme kind of wording. It's like, just keep the expectations low, and you'll always be happy, you know? And to that end, like, what's the use of, like, you know, making a critical video complaining about the things you don't like, you know? If you're just gonna just mindlessly consume the end product either way, you know? So, and I think there's genuine, like, validity to that outlook, just as much as there's genuine validity to, like, me or other parts of the community wanting the game to be as good as it can be, and being willing to, you know, criticize things like the art style or the mechanics or the way it's presented to it, you know, the trailer being just, like, really, like, weird and just not it. Nothing to get excited about. Like, being able to criticize these things, like, on one end is like a great, like, tool for the devs to see and be like, all right, we can maybe change something. But on the other end, it's like, you know, it's also just yelling into a void for no purpose, just pissing people off and bringing negativity into the world for no reason, you know? When you could just shut the fuck up and be happy with whatever they give you. And to accept both the things as reality, I think, is to really understand, like, the irony of our consumer culture. You were under the impression that the flight levels are everyone's least favorite? I don't know. You love this level? Yeah, this level's a fucking classic. Oh, we have to find this guy first. I gotta go over here. I think I was supposed to grab those after. turtles. Don't worry about those. Oh, he's gonna get me. I'm gonna get him. What do I think of the Hero's Tale? It was alright. I did one playthrough of it like years ago. I don't know. I don't know if it was just the day I played it or what, but it's just not a lot stood out to me about that game. I don't know. I feel like I would almost need to do another playthrough of it to really have more strong opinions about it. I did like the loadless, like disconnected hub world kind of vibe that it had going. Especially like midway and like later through the game, but also like once it got to like the later, like, you know, like I don't even know, like interior kind of levels, like it also felt very like formulaic as well. One thing I really liked about Hero's Tale is that you can do a glitch in that game that you could like charge and glide against a wall over and over, like bonk on the wall, glide and charge and bonk, and you could like slowly climb up the wall doing that. I think it's called wall grinding. So most of the fun I remember having on that playthrough was just wall grinding in random areas, trying to get out of bounds and, you know, break the game or whatever. And I know this is something that like not a lot of casual, since we're talking about like a new Spyro game, like I genuinely, and I say this completely unironically, I hope some of the mechanics are exploitable. Like, is anyone like with me on that? Like, or am I just like too speedrunner brained for having that thought? Is there anyone here that like doesn't want the mechanics to be exploitable, to like quote unquote break the game or go out of bounds? Because I want that to be possible. Like, I think that's like part of what makes some of these older games fun. Yeah, it depends what it is. I don't know, like, I don't know. I think like a healthy amount of, I think if a game's physics engine is designed well, then it gives you the freedom to exploit it. That's like my take on it. Like, these games' physics engines are designed well, so like with careful gameplay, you can exploit them, you know? So I think what I'm really trying to say is I hope the new game's physics or, you know, gameplay, whatever engine, Unreal Engine movement, isn't so restrictive that it stops you, it stifles like the creativity of someone trying to, you know, exploit or break out of bounds or something. Like, I hope it's free enough to like allow for some of that more creative like approach. Whether there are exploits there or not, I mean, like, is neither here nor there, but it's like just that there's like the possibility, you know, the freedom to explore that. I think there's definitely a lot of replay value in that, especially with these older games. Oops. Like when someone plays a when like a lot of, I don't know about you guys, but like when I was revisiting this game for the first time before learning to speedrun it, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do a casual playthrough with double jumping. And that was like some of the most fun I ever had playing the game. It's like you're just searching around the game. Like, you don't know what's optimal or what's out of bounds or what's not. So it's like, all right, let's go up here. Let's see what's going on up here. Oh, this is cool, you know? And yeah, it's like without double jumping, like this game would have a lot less replay value to me. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's like they couldn't have, oh, I need to go this way. They couldn't have known that like, that was gonna be the case. That's kind of one of those happy accident things that you can't really plan for. But what I can say is that like the movement and physics of this game is such that it allows for that kind of creativity. Oh, I missed a box somewhere. So that's really all I can hope for with like a new game, is that is that the movement gives you the freedom to exploit it. In so many words. Where is it? I missed like one of these boxes. Yes. Did I forget to blow this one up right here? Yup. Oh, and I missed some gems back there as well. Yeah, that was another thing I was saying, Drashed, is like if they'd have built their own physics engine, I feel like that would be so much more hype. Even if it's like worse than Unreal Engine or something. Like, yes, it's a lot more work, but like it would go a long way to making like the gameplay feel unique and special or whatever. Even if it was dog shit, like I would rather that than like, you know, the derivative Unreal Engine, you know, indie game vibe. Not to say that great physics engine or great movement, you know, feeling games can't be made in Unreal Engine. Like, definitely can happen, but it's like would have been nice to see something like a more creative like approach there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying when we were talking about like AI slop in the art style. It's like, yeah, that's Unreal Engine for you. You know, it's not necessarily that it is AI. It's just that Unreal Engine, you know, fucking assets can kind of hearken to that. You know, it's not Spyro's fault. It's not Toys for Bob's fault even really at that point. Yeah, I think we're just assuming though, right? Yeah, I like Megan saying, I think we're just assuming it's Unreal Engine. Like, I'm not sure if it says like in one of the title cards of the teaser or not. Or like in the bottom right, you know, of the title card or something like, made built on Unreal Engine 6 or whatever. Yo, Blord, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. I was supposed to go this way. I was supposed to come up here, blow that open, go this way. Grab these. This would be down because Ripto. Whatever, we'll just lower it now. Yeah, it is an assumption on our, but again, a lot of our opinions and things are just assumptions with different levels of safety and probability, you know. All of this discussion is assuming, and some people don't like that. Some people don't like the fucking like spitballing, you know, assuming, oh, I think it's going to be like this. I think it's going to be like that. I've seen a lot of like, let's just wait until you have an opinion. It's like, I don't want to wait to have an opinion. Like, that trailer sucked. Like, you know, like why do I gotta wait to say that? But it's like, okay, you can say that, but like wait to like make any like inferences about the gameplay and stuff, you know what I'm saying? It is confirmed in a Q&A. Well, there you go. There you fucking go. What's up, Blord? Oh, Jack 2. Gooden. I think you meant to say Goonin. Dude, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you did some nice Mars tomb skips. Where am I supposed to go? I'm doing this whole route now. Go down here. And it kind of brings up another point that it's like, you know, wanting the game to be in like a custom engine is like, that's like a really tall ask, you know? Like, there comes a certain point, like with all these discussions about what we think the game should be or what it's doing wrong, that it's like, what's actually practical, you know? And on the topic of like using Unreal Engine versus a custom engine, like that's definitely a question of practicality, 100%, you know? So I really can't fault the devs for doing what's like practically makes the most sense, you know? But still, it's just like one small nail in like a large coffin of like unoriginality, you could say. Wait, I was supposed to like blow up one of them and then dive in, but I'm just gonna blow them all up. Go left there for this. we'll do the upper area. And then, yeah, we'll finish up the route here, but then I'll go back and just practice the shark thing. Because I want to get the strat where you shoot one shark and then dive in and then shoot them all from below. I love that strat. Even though it's like totally unnecessary for me. For what I'm trying to do here. Oh god, don't touch that. I should have blown those up on the way over. Oh, wrong way. This way. Oh, this way. The trailer showed gems, like, barely. People had to, like, really, like, dig deep with the magnifying glass to find the gems in the trailer, which is hilarious. No, 100% does not include all skill points. There is a separate all skill point speedrun, though. Wait, what do I grab here? I grab these. Grab these. I got those over there. Go over here, yeah. I think you can just blow up. Yeah, you can just blow up the first two things up there. You don't have to go up for those gems. I got the Spyro right here. Yeah, because he'll take you over it, so you'll automatically grab those two gems. So just leave them. That red there is like kind of tricky. No, yeah, see that red is tricky. Nice, it respawn something, I think. I respawn like all the gems here, which is kind of annoying for practice, but whatever. Oh, it's so hard to grab that red. Yeah. Just grab it later though. Do I hold world record for Spyro 2? No, I hold world record for Spyro 1. 120%. Just barely, though. It's probably going to get beaten soon by Jordy. Which I've been saying for the past, like, several months now. In Jordy's defense, he has literally made it to the last level, like, or last couple levels on world record pace, like, a good handful of times now at this point. So it's just really, in my mind, it's just a matter of time. Oh, I forgot to go for the red gem. Grab that, grab these. This gameplay looks world record capable. Yeah, especially when I failed the first minigame. Very world recordable stuff. So yeah, when you like go through, yeah, you have to grab that like on your way in, I think, or something. Let me just restart the level, go to the shark area, and then come back up here just so I can understand the gem routing a little bit more clearly, because it is a bit like of a like tongue twister mentally. So let's do that. What's the? I'm looking for the code. It is, what's this level? Aquaria Towers. L1 triangle select. Yeah, I'm on a PS2, but I'm playing a hacked version of the game using like a modded console and stuff. So if you want more info on that, just type !! practice codes in the chat. Oh wait, should probably activate this one. Or I should activate the other one, actually. Let's activate the end of level 1 real quick, and then we'll come back. So that way we can swim to the top. Okay. And before we swim to the top, let's just check the shark area here. Make a little save state. Did I get all the gems? Yeah, try that again real quick. I think you can do it with just shooting one, right? You can technically do it without shooting any of them. Try it with just one. Ooh, that got one. Oh, I missed him. Come on. No, my console isn't modded with the output. I'm using component output into an upscaler called an OSSC, which is then plugged into an HDMI capture card. So it's HDMI upscaled from component. For more info on that, you can type !setup in the chat. Yeah, definitely want to shoot 2 of them first. It's an important day today? What is that, Megan? Oh, you don't need to kill the last one as long as it's not in your path? Alright, let me try that. Is he chasing me? Nice. You guys want to see something scary? Hold on. You can make them chase you out of the water. Is he coming? Oh god, I'm so scared. Hold up. I'll go under. Come on, buddy. Come at me. Oh, damn it. You can like, you can take him around the level if you're slick with it. It's really terrifying because he'll always get you. No, it's too late with that. Am I more towards retro games or in between modern and retro? I guess it depends how you define retro. If we call this retro, then yeah, I guess I'm into retro. Alright. Hold on. Where is he? I gotta get his attention. Come on! Come on, motherfucker! Come on, I'm trying to... Hold on, we're gonna get this. I'm gonna take him on a journey, guys. I'm taking him around the level. We're going on a vacation to Dragon Shores. Oh damn, that was way too. Chomp. Yeah, I'm doing 100. I'm relearning 100% right now. I'm just going through the route, the speedrun route. Because hopefully, like, if we can get up to 600 subs in the next few days, then I'll, okay, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Let's see. See right behind me? Oh! Oh my god! He's coming! Oh god! What do I do? He's going through the walls and stuff, by the way. I'm going this way. He's coming! I'm running. I'm running. Okay, where is he? He should, like, come through the wall here somewhere. Where is he? He might deload. Get on the manta ray. Alright, I'm down. He might turn invisible after you go far enough. Get on the manta ray. What happens? Oh, he ate me. Is this a game crash? I was about to say. Pretty wild ride, huh? Hunter says. That's funny. Okay, let's try this section one more time. So say I come out here. Or actually, I'll reload the level. Or, yeah, I'll just try it. That's fine. Doesn't gotta be picture perfect or anything. Yeah, I'm learning Oblivion 100%. Yeah, it's like 20 hours if you're bad like me. World record is like 12 hours. They're talking about going for like an 11-hour run. You know what's funny, Drash, is I did a video like that. I made someone mod in the shark, a shark that infinitely chases you, but it was for reignited, so it like wasn't that interesting. I mean, it was still a funny challenge, like around the whole game. It just spawns like somewhere in the level and it just starts chasing right behind you. Oh, wait, what? Aren't I supposed? Did I say no way to him? Hold on, talk to him. Yeah, you can go pee during these runs. Like, common misconception is that you like need to have like a pee bottle or something. But, like most really long speed games give you like, you know, small opportunities to go to the bathroom or like grab a snack or something. Open world for Spyro 4 would be sick. That's been a really divisive topic actually. A lot of people are saying open world for Spyro 4 would suck. I'm kind of on your team that it would probably be cool. Me personally, just in terms of like just the bare minimum expectation for like what the game could be, I think I would rather like a shitty open world than a shitty linear world. But like, you know, there's definitely an argument to be made that like a well curated like linear playthrough is like better than like a shitty open world, you know what I'm saying? So like, I think that's kind of where a lot of fans are coming from. If you press L1 R1 square to respawn and during the fade select R2 you get a soft level reset. Oh, okay. I did finish getting 180 emblems in Sonic Adventure 2, but I have just barely started like learning to get consistent A ranks in that game. I haven't been putting a lot of time and focus into it because most of that's been going into Oblivion 100%. But I am definitely going to get around to it more in the future. I can tell you guys like that game, you know, it's like more in line with like the classic platformers of this era. So I do definitely want to spend more time like learning it and eventually do a 180 emblem run. That'd be really cool. Incredible. Yeah, like, yeah, you heard what I said, I think, Drash, but yeah, I already got like 180 emblems casually. And if you mean like speedrun learning, I'm actually just mostly focusing on the Rouge and Knuckles levels. Like I have, I've been making flashcards for the clues in those levels because there's like a lot to learn and memorize with those. So yeah, that's been the bulk of my learning has been around that. And then once I feel a little bit better in most of those levels, then I'll start taking more time to dig into the actual like normal missions. And then once I get through all that, you know, just getting the normal A ranks on like, you know, Hero, Dark Story, and, you know, whatever. Then I'll start like really digging into like the, you know, hard mode, you know, type mission, like specific emblems that are going to give me trouble. Yeah, there's like a lot of clues for the Knuckles and Rouge's level. I learned it's actually about 100 clues per level. Just the first clue. That's not including like if you were to memorize the second and third clue of a sequence. Really crazy. But luckily most of them are pretty intuitive. Like when you learn them, you start to get an idea for like what the game means when it says something. So it's like, it's definitely a multifaceted like form of memorization where it's like, oh, okay, the game said like the fucking pumpkin spire or whatever. And it's like, if casually you didn't know what that meant, like now you do, you know? So there's that element to it as well. Except on the fucking Rouge level where everything's upside down and backwards and shit. Then that's just raw memorization at that point. You never played Oblivion and you're old enough to have played the original NES? No, I don't think it's bad. Did you like any other Elder Scrolls game like Skyrim? If you liked like Skyrim, you know, and you want like more Elder Scrolls, I would definitely say like go back and try the Oblivion remaster, or maybe even go back to Morrowind. You know, all those games, you know, the further back you go, like the more, you know, the more time it's gonna take for you to get into them, because they're just like slower paced to start, and the leveling system just gets more and more convoluted and things of this nature compared to Skyrim. You couldn't get into Skyrim? Dude, I loved Skyrim as a fucking budding stoner in high school. Skyrim just came out. Dude, I was like I was all about that game. I must have walked all across the map like multiple times. Such a fun game for me. It did eventually have that same feeling that many games have when you play them a lot casually. Where it started to feel like, all right, I did most of the stuff in this game. Even if I didn't literally do every little thing, it's like the game world did start to feel empty to me after a while, which is very common with like open world single player RPGs when you overplay them. You think the remake is way worse than the original? I played it. I don't mind it. Like I think especially if you're coming from Skyrim, I think the remake is like a lot more casual friendly of a leveling system. And I do think like the actual graphics are pretty good, you know, or at least a little better than the original. I don't dislike the Oblivion remake. But I of course, like you, I prefer the original. Just because that's what that's what I grew up with and shit. But yeah, the remaster isn't bad. Alright. Been going for like almost 5 hours here. We're pretty much at the end of Summer Forest. I think let's leave Autumn Plains for tomorrow. Obviously, we still have at least another day or two of this sub goal, so I think we can call it here. I haven't eaten any food in like almost 5 hours. So I think my brain is starting to question that. My ability to retain information is getting a little suspect. And we've definitely been doing, you know what's been fun about these like learning streams? I'm like stuck inside of here. I'm just realizing that I could do a cheat to like make the walls come down, but I'm gonna see if I can like get around it. This is a soft lock, right? I'd have to like reload the area or whatever. Crobcat made a video how bad the Oblivion. I actually haven't watched that. Are you guys trying to watch that? I'm kind of curious. Because I do like Crobcat videos. Dude, you know what's so funny? This fucking, this thumbnail. Soul. And then, like, my thumbnail for my fucking video, like, recently. Like, the fucking no soul. Like this shit. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't show the thumbnail here, but yeah. You guys want to read some comments on my video? I'll look at a couple, and then I'll watch this Crobcat video. And then I'll go offline, I think. This video is... I love this comment. This video is too real for my audience. But I don't think it is. I think my audience is, like, notably more mature than, like, your average Spyro fan. I just thought this was, like, a funny-ass comment. Like, what do people say? Dude, there's a lot of, like, really supportive comments here. Like, stuff that's pretty much in line with what I'm saying. Original trilogy, PS5, 60 FPS. This guy doesn't know that the original trilogy breaks at 60 FPS. Bless his soul. More measured take. Too much judgment. First impressions, try to be more optimistic. Thank you, Megan. Megan with the level-headed... Megan really, like, echoing a lot of, the similar sentiments in the comment. Just, like, really level-headed, like, cautious criticism, yet hyped at the same time. This is also a common comment. Like, it's not gonna be out for long, so, like, shut the fuck up, basically. Canadian guy was right. Mind blown. Yeah, like, we talked about this a lot. Like, you know, we talked about Spyro 4 a lot today, so I'm not gonna read a ton of these comments. But, yeah, like... This is, like, another topic that came up, is that, like, why did the original Spyro games feel so, like, unique? And, like, they had such a distinct artistic voice to them, compared to, like, later iterations in the series, or even, like, Reignited? Like, why does this newer art style feel, to me, like, soulless, or safe, or empty, vapid, whatever? Why does that feel that way? And, like, why do the original games, like, feel so much better? And, like, we could go into detail about, like, the color palettes or the art style or whatever, but like I think this is like kind of one of those, at the end of the day, like the PS1 games were made with limited hardware restrictions. Like they had to make the best of what they had, and that forced them to create a unique product. Like even under all time constraints and trying to push something out there, like they had no choice but to make something that was really unique, you know? Whereas now I think it's a lot easier for a new game developer to make something under a similar time crunch, something that's more vapid and like devoid of like a soul, you know? So yeah, you could definitely, I think this is like a very fair argument that like, you know, when we're talking about like the art style having a soul and an identity, that a lot of it just kind of comes down to the limitations of the hardware of the time. And the fact that those limitations are lifted now creates like a more like derivative type of art style, which I don't like. So really, it's like a product of its time. You know, all these things are just products of their time. It's not really to say that like one thing is more like has more artistic merit than the other. So, which is I think an interesting way of looking at it. Much freedom, and here's another just like talking point is about like too much freedom, not a good thing. Let me read this. It's kind of the opposite of what made the original trilogy great. The originals were a highly curated path through each level, focus on every inch of the path. Reignited showed it off, how gorgeous. Every level is hand painted. Open world cannot bring back that same feel inherently. I don't know if I agree with that like inherently, but I do agree with all of this. Like that like when a game is not open world focused, that you can curate the environments to be a lot more detailed and a lot more like special. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the game has to be fully linear either. Like I pointed this out in my video, but like Spyro, like this area in Spyro 2 is a really great example of a world that has elements of open worldness, like all these trees over here. Like there's no point to this area over here, but you can explore it. You know, like you can explore all through these trees and swim through the water. But then, say you choose one of the two branching paths here, you're instantly funneled into a linear section. So it's really not that Spyro games are inherently linear or inherently open world, but that they use aspects of both to spice up gameplay. And now we're back in the open world, you know? So that's just like good level design at that point. And I think that's kind of the point of what people who are against like an open world concept for the game are trying to say. It's not that these worlds and levels can't have elements of openness. It's just that they need to be more curated, and an open world design doesn't lend itself to that. Which I think is a totally fair take. And actually a different one than what I had in the video. Yeah, I definitely can see that. Yeah, this is a common, you know, I definitely said in my video, I think this looks bad, but a lot of comments are kind of like this, where it's like, look, I don't think it necessarily, you know, looks bad, but something is off. And that's really what that was the whole point of why I made this video. It's like, it's just off, you know, like something's off here. And I'm glad that people like resonated with that. Even if they didn't like agree with like the you know, everything I said, it's like that we still have the underlying same sentiment. Yeah, this has also been like a common criticism, is that it's like, well, it's just a teaser, so like you're not supposed to like really know what's going on, so why would you even criticize that? You know? Fair, you know, fair. That's like what the guy said earlier that came in and was trolling, Ricky or whatever his name was. He was like, he basically said that in so many words. It looks like it'll play nothing like Spyro. It looks like it'll play exactly like Dawn of the Dragon, which is technically a Spyro game. But that's all we have so far. Crystal Fisher gave an interesting viewpoint. I think the marketing being spread over 10 months rather than the usual 4 to 6. Whoever made that decision chose to drip feed the info. I'm guessing they want people to pore over the 8 seconds before showing us more substantial gameplay. And I like, the thing is even if that's true, like even if they want people to like pour over those 8 seconds of gameplay, there wasn't much there. Like the gameplay they showed us, it's not like there was a lot to tear apart there, you know, if that was the goal. I think it's more like what this other guy said, is that it's just like, well, like they're intentionally not showing you a lot to get like, to make you wonder and get you hyped or whatever. Maybe not so much to necessarily tear apart the little bit of gameplay that's there. The style is in the original. Your preference and style is the original. Close off individual worlds, but from the brief clip, something tells me in that area Spyro is in is designed to be explored and find things, which to me is a step in the right. Yeah, I think so as well. From the gameplay trailer, it looks like the world is pretty open that he has, that they're at there. The lore, it's gonna be a deeper dive into the other world. Hopefully there's a reason for the house's civilization. Yeah, like that's kind of my topic about like the world building, is that it's like, is there gonna be like any purpose to like the structures we see in this world? Like, is there gonna be that environmental storytelling that I think makes that artistic identity that like I think is missing here? Game enjoyment of the fan game scene. It does inspire, lives on. Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, well anyways, that's enough reading comments. I'm not gonna watch that Crobcat video, I'm too lazy. Guys, should we raid someone? What are you guys saying in the chat? Yeah, so a lot of like really level-headed and interesting, you know, insightful comments, you know. I'm glad like my video is there just to kind of provide like a place for people to kind of air out, just so like all these frustrations and stuff aren't just like being aired out on like Reddit, and like there's an actual place like on YouTube that you can like go to like kind of have that like counter, what's the word, contrarian almost, you know, like sort of look at this new thing that we're excited for from a different perspective. That there's like a YouTube comment section for that now, while still being respectful and not just shitting on the fucking game, you know. So yeah, pretty cool. And Cone Nauseum, dude, ending off the stream with a bang. Thank you for the 5 gifts, dude. I really appreciate that. Thanks to you. I mean, hopefully starting tomorrow, I'm gonna go through the rest of the game tomorrow from Autumn Plains to the end. But yeah, I think we've made some good progress today. We went through you know, Winter Tundra, early game Winter Tundra and Summer Forest. We just have Autumn Plains left, which is like the biggest homeworld, so that'll be good. Yay, yay, yay. Alright, so let's find someone to raid, shall we? My head's starting to hurt a little bit. Right as the ads are about to end, hilariously. How's Jordy doing? Let's see how Jordy's doing. Oh, he's ahead of record in Wizard Peak. Hold on, let me see what this Wizard Peak split is, because I had a fucking nice Wizard Peak in record. Let's see this.
At least the rest of the level was done very well. There's just no proxy. So I've kind of salvaged everything I could from that level.
Okay, lost some time, but still in this. Still in this. Alright, let's raid Jordy. Watching me watch Jordy. You guys want to watch my reaction to Jordy's flight level here? I've done like a reaction to one of Jordy's old PBs. It'll be cool when he finally beats record and I can do like a reaction to that and like really give my thoughts on all the gameplay and his mindset and stuff. I haven't done one of those in a while. I didn't feel it poignant to just fucking make a reaction every time he PB'd, you know, so. But by the time he beats record, I think it'll be worth doing again. Anyways, guys, thank you everybody for subbing today, for hanging out for the comfy Spyro 2 vibes. We're going to get into more of this practice tomorrow and hopefully hit the 600 sub goal. And if not, then that's fine too. I'm fine with whatever happens. I'm just thankful to be chilling here with you guys, chatting a lot of fun chatting about, you know, Spyro 4 today. So you know, looking forward to more of that in the coming days. And if you haven't seen my video on YouTube about it, kind of like, you know, being critically, you know, skeptical but hyped still and giving some of my criticisms, be sure to check that out on my YouTube channel. But until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a beautiful day, and chuggers in the chat. Peace out.